Good afternoon, members. Please be reminded that when the House was suspended, before it was the Appropriation 2022-2023 bill be read a second time. We do have a quorum. We may proceed. The member for Mico North and Deputy Speaker.
I have to try to wake you up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Sir Derek Walcott, in one of his famous poems, Saint-Lucie, he wrote, "Moi c'est Jean Saint-Lucie, c'est là moi sorti, is there that I born." In many ways, Mr. Speaker, these lines personify the character of this Labour Party administration. Nous c'est Jean Saint-Lucie. Nous connaissons ça Jean Saint-Lucie Bouisin, c'est là nous fait, et nous avons point que Jean Saint-Lucie, Mr. Speaker. For me, these words embody the true essence of our campaign promise of putting you first. You see, the fact that we know that we are St. Lucians, Mr. Speaker, it takes us to a place of ownership of what is ours. It enables us to ensure that we sustain what is ours for generations to come, while we strike an acceptable balance to invite the rest of the world to participate and enjoy in what makes us authentically Lucian. That be in the form of investment, tourism, exports, among other things. We must ensure, Mr. Speaker, that as a people, we preserve our heritage and position ourselves and our people, Mr. Speaker, and I want to emphasize on the word our people, Mr. Speaker, to maximize the opportunities that this land, which is ours, has provided us. This, for me, Mr. Speaker, summarizes many aspects of this budget as presented by the Honorable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, in September 2020, I recall making this tough decision to enter the political landscape with the primary mindset and disposition to make a difference. As a young St. Lucian, I was troubled, Mr. Speaker, and remain troubled by the blatant and obvious bias and disadvantageous work of the former administration. The manner which people, Mr. Speaker, of St. Lucia suffered at the hands of the former administration, it irked me. It pained me, Mr. Speaker, to see people suffering while others bask in what was prosperity with their brothers, with their family members, dominating the contracts of the multi-million-dollar road projects throughout the length and breadth of this beautiful St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, this practice was very prevalent in my constituency in particular. Mr. Speaker, scores of young men and women and families were deprived of a chance to get that promised ching-ching in their pockets. My conscience could not allow me to sit idle, Mr. Speaker, and allow this practice, which quickly became a habit, to permeate. As the old folks say, "Pou mete bobo, ale maling." As a young police officer, I witnessed and experienced firsthand the challenges faced by that very fabric with the entrusted responsibility to serve and protect, Mr. Speaker. Just imagine living the comfort of your home to work in inhumane conditions. I speak about the mold-infested police stations with air quality issues. I speak about the quality of sleeping quarters, Mr. Speaker, the conditions of washrooms, and the inadequate supplies and equipment needed to serve and protect. All this, Mr. Speaker, while we daily need to face the criminals and scores of young men in the inner city areas and the outskirts. The risk that my colleagues and I endured, Mr. Speaker, could not allow me to just relax and accept this. And so, notwithstanding the many discouraging comments by persons who care about me and still remain very dear to me, I joined that race. understanding that the task was an ambitious one which in some way mimicked David and Goliath. For Goliath in that instance was Mikudnov, which never once voted, Mr. Speaker, for any other party but the Flambeau. However, Mr. Speaker, the people of Mikudnov were fed up. They were tired of being disrespected. No longer were they willing to continuously be bribed and fooled. They couldn't stomach tolerating the blatant disrespect. I recall one constituent saying to me, his stomach turned at a meeting, Mr. Speaker, at the Monipo Combined School in 2019, when parents, without any sort of consultation, had to agree to the merger of these two community schools. Mr. Speaker, let's be fair. I think that the merger was a very good one. However, the way in which it was done, he recounted that legitimate concerns of the people were shoved, with the then rep saying to them, charity begins at home, Lascoute Parole Bola, oui. Yes, Mr. Speaker. These were some of the comments made to the people. Persons who today still suffer from the socio-economic damage this mal-managed merger caused. While it saves this government, Mr. Speaker, as I said, there should have been consultation. But, Mr. Speaker, the people spoke. They took the Parole Bolawi to the ballot boxes. The resounding vibrations, Mr. Speaker, where I am concerned, ought not to be taken for granted. And I've said it in this House before, that there is no such thing as a safe seat. And if you want to keep your seat, you need to work to keep your seat. My constituents have needs. Their needs must be met, Mr. Speaker. And as their representative and a humble servant, I understand that I must seek to champion their cause. Realizing that there are constituents who did not vote for me, Mr. Speaker, as promised, they too must benefit from this type of representation. Mr. Speaker, my very campaign slogan said it. Miss Miku c'est sans nous. Mr. Speaker, early in the race, I created teams. Each team had its respective mandate and task. But one team that I held in the highest regard was that which brought me to focus on the work of the community. One individual said to me, from one of the teams said to me, Jeremiah, there is a strategy in everything. It is not just a game plan, but it is the execution of the game plan. And this also is the philosophy of the St. Lucia Labour Party and that of the Prime Minister, Philippe J. Pierre. Mr. Speaker, alongside the campaign strategy, this team assisted me in focusing on the work plan and work program after the win. Towards this end, a constituency development plan was prepared, born out of scribblings of my little notebook, which took into consideration the various plights of people across the constituency. So, Mr. Speaker, I walked house to house, Monteka Ikba me black di kote jen nom sa ka electi notebook sa babway. Me sa kote ka ale, Mr. Speaker. Ya ale kaya la porta sous la porte. E ki koute se mouna. E pi se mouna di sa bouizen. Sa yo bouizen. E kle yo di sa yo bouizen. I me a plan pour sa bay se mouna sa yo bouizen. Mr. Speaker, in the final analysis, this plan proposes a framework and roadmap to realizing a significantly improved constituency. One that takes into consideration modern day reality, as well as transforming the trajectory of the people of Mikudnov. Mr. Speaker, our plan features 4 core pillars. It's like a house. The first regards a sector development plan. Second is an economic development plan. Of course, physical infrastructure is also a main feature of that plan, Mr. Speaker, and constituency upkeep, maintenance, and beautification. Now, Mr. Speaker, I stand here today in this honorable house with a smile on my face and with a lot of excitement. And here's why. You say you know why. Here's why, Mr. Speaker. This budget, Mr. Speaker, in one way or the other takes into account all the 4 pillars and identified projects and initiatives which I mentioned. Mr. Speaker, permit me to go through these as I correlate the many initiatives identified within this budget with the intentions and needs of my constituency. In my deliberations, Mr. Speaker, I will seek to address some other areas dear to me for which provisions are also made in this budget. And they are national security, Mr. Speaker, and I will say a little bit on education. Let us start with national security, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, crime is everybody's business. No walls, no last name, and no amount of money could save us from the adverse effects of crime. It has to take an all-inclusive approach and a nation to understand and take responsibility for creating a safer environment for its people. Mr. Speaker, I will say that short line in Creole. Crime ces affaires tout le monde a cette liste, Mr. Speaker. Et puis, pièce titre, pièce mise l'argent, pièce go kay, pas kay ça sauve from ces éléments crime. Et nous pour nous tout en cette liste, pour nous tout point responsabilité, pour nous ranger les affaires, pour nous ranger les affaires crime dans cette liste. In other words, Mr. Speaker, there is no panacea to dealing with crime here or in the wider region. This phenomena, my government understands all too well, and for this reason, Mr. Speaker, we have decided to utilize a multidimensional approach to dealing with crime. We will not say, Mr. Speaker, that Kenny can't, but I can, Mr. Speaker. Rather, Mr. Speaker, what we will do is we will encourage the citizenry of this country to play their role in the fight against crime, whilst we provide the various agencies with the required support to ensure efficiency in the conduct of their respective functions. We will ensure that they are adequately equipped, Mr. Speaker, to deal with the issues of crime and national security. Mr. Speaker, it is on this basis that we have found it necessary to ensure the construction of the Grosley Police Station. Mr. Speaker, I have lived a life of the ordinary policeman, and at times I had to endure some very harsh working conditions in an attempt to meet the expectations of the public. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, the public have very high expectations of the police. Like my colleagues, I often had to grapple with the undertaking of these functions, knowing that the salary could never be commensurate with the working conditions one would have to endure. Mr. Speaker, any HR professional will tell you about intrinsic and extrinsic motivation. But how can the police be motivated, Mr. Speaker, when they are constantly subjected to public scorn? This, among many other issues, Mr. Speaker, has adversely affected the morale of the police. Mr. Speaker, growing up, I remember the Grosley Police Station was located on Dauphin Street, I think, not too far from the primary school. This building was deemed unfit, and then the police were moved to the Boy Scouts headquarters, where they are to date, Mr. Speaker. The member for Grosley, Mr. Speaker, with every given opportunity, he reminds us of the mammoth task that he has as parliamentary rep for Grosley, just because of the sheer size of the constituency. Mr. Speaker, the officers of the Grosley Police Station have an equal task to ensure that law and order is maintained throughout the length and breadth of this constituency. A new police station not only brings life to Grosley, Mr. Speaker, but it will bring a level of stability and comfort to the police officers working there, while simultaneously enhancing citizen safety and security. The police of Grosley need a home, Mr. Speaker, a permanent base to provide comfort after a hectic assignment. Mr. Speaker, a building alone will not solve the crime, but it will create an environment where our police officers feel appreciated. And I believe it will lead to higher levels of productivity among the police officers attached to that particular station. We do understand the struggles, Mr. Speaker, that the police face on a day-to-day basis, and we have to applaud them for what they have been able to achieve with the little assistance that they received, especially, Mr. Speaker, under the reign of the former administration. Mr. Speaker, at a time when we saw record-breaking numbers of homicides, you would want to think that the police would have been a priority. At a time when COVID forced everyone to stay indoors and work from home, the situation demanded that the police had to be outside and ensure that law and order was maintained, Mr. Speaker. How were they repaid for their hard work and commitment to the cause? What did we see, Mr. Speaker? We saw the vote for police training removed, Mr. Speaker. We saw the demolition of custody suites, Mr. Speaker. We saw a $20,000 repair to the Vieux-Fort police station ignored, and now the cost has rocketed, Mr. Speaker. We saw an incomplete shell at La Toc for the drug unit. We saw what appeared to be political operatives, Mr. Speaker. These guys in police uniform, giving orders to arrest individuals cladded in a certain color. It is clear, Mr. Speaker, that the last administration was more concerned with disrupting the operations of the police by allowing the seeds of political patronage and interference to permeate and grow under their watch. Mr. Speaker, the time has come when we can no longer allow a vehicle with over 500,000 miles to be used by the officers of the Central Police Station. And it is on this premise, Mr. Speaker, that this government has seen the need to provide the police with at least 70 new vehicles since assuming office, so that they can be better equipped, Mr. Speaker, to carry out their duty. Unlike the former administration, Mr. Speaker, this government will not destroy. We will build, Mr. Speaker. We will refurbish. We will refurbish the old Central Police Station, Mr. Speaker, so that the prisoners can be housed there and it can serve the purpose of custody suites. Mr. Speaker, as we sit here today, prisoners who were supposed to be housed at the custody suites, had it been functional, are now being transported and housed at Marshall Police Station, Ancillary Police Station, Babuno Police Station, Denry Police Station, and even at times, Mr. Speaker, in my own constituency, at the Miput Police Station. Mr. Speaker, this is unacceptable and this is unaffordable. The policy direction of this government will bring a cure to this, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this government is putting measures in place to help ease the strains which the police face daily. Measures like ensuring that the police will be able to undergo training this year, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we often hear they say practice makes perfect. Continual training improves skills, abilities, and confidence. The government through this year's budget is doing more for the police than was done under the last administration. And come to think of it, Mr. Speaker, anything that we did for the police would equate to more than what the last administration did. Because what I gather they did, Mr. Speaker, was destroyed. So anything we do now, Mr. Speaker, would be more than what the last administration did for the last 5 years. But the initiatives that this government has embarked on, Mr. Speaker, as it relates to matters pertaining to national security, proves that we take safety and security of our people seriously, Mr. Speaker. Labour has an established reputation of being the only government, Mr. Speaker, that focuses on the police. Under Labour government, the automatic increase of salaries Mr. Speaker, under Labour government, police officers experienced a reclassification of grades, Mr. Speaker, which resulted in the automatic increase of salaries of police officers at every rank of the organization. My colleague from Beaufort South, Mr. Speaker, though he is not there, and I always admire him, he knows all too well what I speak about. His legacy of ensuring proper police stations across St. Lucia is well known, Mr. Speaker, and documented. This government, Mr. Speaker, has shown its clear intention once more to ensure the much-needed repairs to various other police stations on the island are not just a wish, Mr. Speaker, but can be brought to reality. Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me to speak about the police and not say anything about our prison guards at the Bodley Correctional Facility. Although I know the member for Babuno would expound on that. But, Mr. Speaker, we also understand, and it is this government, Mr. Speaker, which ensured that as part of our policy, Mr. Speaker, assistance will be given to the Bodley Correctional Facility. We know the struggles that the people at Bodley face. Inmates, likewise the workers there, Mr. Speaker. We saw what happened throughout COVID, Mr. Speaker. We saw the videos circulating. And, Mr. Speaker, it is a sad state of affairs. However, it is this government's intention to provide Bodley with the necessary support that they need, Mr. Speaker, to help alleviate the problem and to fix the problem that we have at the Bodley Correctional Facility. Mr. Speaker, we understand that the issues that I spoke about initially, Mr. Speaker, are to deal with the current, or is to deal with the current situation that we have with crime. But we understand long-term, Mr. Speaker, that it involves a lot more than just equipment and training for the police. In order for us to see or for us to reap any sort of success, Mr. Speaker, we need to start looking at long-term initiatives. And it is for this reason, Mr. Speaker, under the primary school, you would see that we have broadened the primary school education to address critical thinking, Mr. Speaker, conflict resolution, and emotional intelligence. We have to admit, Mr. Speaker, that we have dropped the ball over the years, that we have dropped the ball as it relates to our children and discipline, Mr. Speaker. We have dropped the ball as it relates to proper socialization of our children, Mr. Speaker. But we have an opportunity to fix this problem. And we are going to make the most of this opportunity, Mr. Speaker. And we are going to ensure that we create a safer and secure environment for all St. Lucians. Mr. Speaker, I will now deal with aspects of the appropriation that affects me in my constituency. Every week I ensure that I undertake a visit, Mr. Speaker, at least to one area within the constituency. As part of these visits and as parliamentary representative, I make it my duty, Mr. Speaker, to prioritize the areas that from my campaign were seemingly isolated. Mr. Speaker, with every visit, I end the day depressed and challenged in deciphering the plight of my constituents. One would think, Mr. Speaker, that a community, a village, a Tilaku, that for more than 4 decades has had a UWP representation in the House, should be in a better position. What exists, Mr. Speaker, for most part, is indescribable. It is heart-wrenching, Mr. Speaker. Never mind the last-minute cosmetics of roads in Monrepo and the Mikud village. And we see that the last-minute cosmetics, it does not work, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, the eyeshadow don't fool the people anymore. In Mikud North, we have wipes that take that away. They are suffering, Mr. Speaker. They require some form of economic sustenance in Mikud North. For most of them, the sectors and areas they rely upon for sustenance consist of deplorable infrastructure. Take, for example, fishing. Do you know that Mikud North, Mr. Speaker, particularly Mikud, is the 3rd largest landing port in St. Lucia? We have quite a few persons within this constituency, Mr. Speaker, whose livelihood and sustenance of their families depend on fishing. It is a sad reality, Mr. Speaker, to know that the former administration, with a sitting representative, failed to champion the cause of the Mikud North fishers. The Parole complex, though built before 2016 under the Labour Party administration, was not open during their reign. Egbonde, and pas même parler about Jetty Mikwa, Mr. Speaker. Salah même c'est un chair, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, this one is very sad. And I get very emotional, Mr. Speaker, when I speak about this jetty. Mr. Speaker, imagine being promised a gift. The gift became your right to have, a must-have. When you finally get that gift, Mr. Speaker, it's a magie. And that's what I can describe it as, Mr. Speaker. It's a magie. The fishermen were fooled. Even I was fooled, Mr. Speaker. I don't know who did the due diligence, but it begs to question what would have happened, Mr. Speaker, if the fishermen kept this rep in power. What would have happened? Would it have been another insult, as charity begins as home? Or would they have been told, Saujou and Chibi? Or maybe that too, Mr. Speaker. We may have heard Ki Gan Ki Jet here. Seeing that was the modus operandi of the former administration, particularly the last representative of Mikud North. Thankfully, Mr. Speaker, the people's frustration fostered a difference. Thankfully, Mr. Speaker, they have taken a chance and did the right thing to entrust their confidence in this Philip JPL Labour Party administration. So here's what, Mr. Speaker. Under the identified provisions in this budget, we will commission the Parole Fishing Complex, and we will do all within our control to see that the fisher folks of Mikud is gifted with a proper jetty and a fishing complex. Throughout the constituency are several existing fishers and scores of young people, Mr. Speaker, who are showing interest in fishing. We need to ensure that we harness the interest and introduce new technology and techniques to ensure the sustenance of this profession. With new sensations, Mr. Speaker, like tea cuisine, and I say tea cuisine, and I don't want to look at the member from Grosile, Mr. Speaker, but with new sensations like tea cuisine and envisage add-ons that will come as a result of the community tourism program, the viability of fishers remains paramount and potent. Now, I know, Mr. Speaker, that my parliamentary colleagues who go up and down the East Coast, those even from the North who take a little drive down the East Coast every now and then, Mr. Speaker, they would be able to tell you, Mr. Speaker, when they pass Parole, you might hear them saying, what? Parole senti? Ekville Mikopli senti? You might hear these things, Mr. Speaker. And this, as we know, Mr. Speaker, is as a direct result of the sargassum problem that we have and which remains a perennial issue for us in Micoud North. Under varied climate change-related programs in this budget, Mr. Speaker, and initiatives prioritized in this budget, I have been given some assurance that some of these programs will be channeled to help alleviate these challenges. Equally, my office will work with the fisher folks and other interest groups to undertake several social programs to deal with the sargassum issue, be it on the CDP. So, Mr. Speaker, my colleague from Castries Southeast, as well as Dennery South, please answer my call when I knock on your door.
I always do.
Parole is literally along the major highway, where the visitors to our shores traverse on a daily basis. And we have seen a significant increase in the amount of tourists landing in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. So this means now more than ever, we should address this situation. With the many amazing and untapped opportunities emanating from this village, I know you assist us in bringing some form, that you will assist us in bringing some form of resolution to this issue. Yes. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, traditionally the Micoud North constituency is considered an agricultural district. The main economic activity since the early 1980s was aligned to agriculture and fishing. For the most part, the constituency formed part of the banana belt. At the time, the export crop was considered and often referred to as the green gold. We cannot find the green nor the gold these days, Mr. Speaker. And so, during this heightened production and trade era, farmers benefited from subsidized duty-free vehicles, and other special conditions, which in turn fueled the constructions of homes and related businesses. This growth and ability enable farmers to provide for their families and finance education for their children, even at the tertiary level, Mr. Speaker. Considering banana was the main economic activity, agricultural lands were made available in key areas, including Maro, Wayon, Piton, Pelouge, Miné. And to complement and simplify access to market, the government at the time heavily invested in feeder roads that allow farmers to ply their trade and diversify intercropping coconuts, copra, citrus, and other ground provisions and root crops, Mr. Speaker. This mainstay has dwindled, and we cannot run away from the fact, Mr. Speaker, that this mainstay has dwindled. And what were predominantly agricultural farms now remain abandoned. This is primarily a result of changing priorities of previous governments, as well as significantly deplorable and in some cases inaccessible conditions on the farm feeder routes. Mr. Speaker, I had the privilege to lead the delegation from the Ministry of Infrastructure alongside the member for Castries North, and he can tell you what he saw when I brought him up the Wayon Road, the Piton Road, the Point. He can tell you what he witnessed there, Mr. Speaker. The realities of this situation are further exacerbated by the loss of readily available markets and have forced farmers to abandon their trade, Mr. Speaker, especially when they were promised markets in France and other places, Mr. Speaker, and there were no actual markets. Mr. Speaker, additionally, it has been realized that the vast majority of these farms were once owned by farmers who are now either deceased, bedridden, or retired. In most instances, the descendants of these farmers did not continue their trades, further contributing to the fall of the agricultural sector, especially in Micoud North. I feel comforted, Mr. Speaker, in knowing that this government has prioritized aspects of agriculture as part of this budget. We recognize that the industry is now at its prime, considering issues of food security on a global level, attributed to the realities of climate change, which remains the main focus of this government. This government, Mr. Speaker, through international agencies like FAO, Fair Trade, ICA, will place agriculture at the forefront and has developed programs and initiatives geared towards attracting youth in agriculture. The availability of farmlands, Mr. Speaker, within the Micoud North constituency and the realities of high youth unemployment, particularly in males, as aforementioned, creates the perfect environment to piggyback on all the opportunities highlighted in the Prime Minister's budget address. Additionally, the emergence of the continuation of innovation in agriculture and value-added products create further opportunities for the constituency. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, there is an opportunity to leverage established cottage industries previously developed. And some of these cottage industries include, I think, the Rural Women Agro-Processing Project and the Mikud Chocolate Brand developed between 2011 and 2015. And the CMOS business, Mr. Speaker, the CMOS business, which is thriving in Parole. Mr. Speaker, when you speak CMOS, you think Parole. We have a history spanning over 4 decades, Mr. Speaker. You can ask Ms. Greta Joseph and other members of the Parole CMOS Farmers Association. I'm happy to know that on page 43, Mr. Speaker, the plans to improve the CMOS product and market. Under our community tourism initiative, we even seek, Mr. Speaker, to establish an authentic CMOS experience, something that will mimic that of the chocolate project by Hotel Chocolat. So where you'll be able to experience, Mr. Speaker, a farm-to-table experience as it relates to CMOS. Mr. Speaker, I now move to tourism, more specifically, community tourism. Yes, tourism in Mikud. Yes. Mr. Speaker, much has been said about the community tourism initiatives as proposed by this government. Let me tell you, I have never, Mr. Speaker, never appreciated tourism as I do now. Why? Because now I can taste the benefits of this for my constituency and my constituents. Currently, Mr. Speaker, Mikud North does not have an established tourist product and does not significantly benefit from the tourist dollar. The constituents do not benefit from any synergies brought about by industry. However, Mr. Speaker, the Mikud North constituency is pregnant with untapped touristic products. I have been fortunate, Mr. Speaker, to be one of the first parliamentarians who have sat down with the Honorable Minister and member for Castries South and to have a discussion with him, Mr. Speaker, about a constituency tourism product that comprises of tours, attractions, nature trails, beaches, bird watchings, ruins, archaeological artifacts, botanical gardens, and Mr. Speaker, all what I mentioned we do have in Mikud North, ATV trails, among others. These put together can form an interesting community tourism concept that the constituency can capitalize on given its geographic location and proximity to the international airport and the capital city. Under the tagline, Mr. Speaker, visit, explore, experience, the primary objective of community tourism in Mikud North will seek to significantly expand economic diversification, stimulate growth, and reduce poverty. Through the initiatives, projects, and activities, the program will also endeavor to establish a thriving environment for business growth, Mr. Speaker, and development. We will explore the existing touristic opportunities within the constituency and strengthen linkages among other key economic sectors, namely agriculture, aquaculture, youth, and sports development. Our community tourism project, Mr. Speaker, it will incorporate aspects of product development, beach upgrade, and I cannot wait to see the Parole beach get upgraded, Mr. Speaker, and capacity building for the local enterprise, level, Mr. Speaker. It will aspire to create touristic business, clusters and support networks, integrate technical vocational training elements, formulate and improve environment that will allow constituents to understand the value of tourism as a means of economic growth and development. We will seek, Mr. Speaker, to assist constituents who are interested in prescribed technical assistance, capacity building for the National Community Tourism Initiative. We plan to implement new collective approaches and strengthen traditional and cultural approaches to boost household income, finance micro-businesses at family and community levels. Mr. Speaker, to maximize these opportunities, the constituency through this Mikud Authentically Ours brand will seek to expand and improve existing touristic products while introducing and developing new sites, stores, attractions, and accommodation at international standards to effectively capitalize on the available human, social, and natural resources that will incorporate the authentic and unique competitive advantages of the area. In so doing, Mr. Speaker, Micoud North will be better positioned to increase the value of its tourism product and create linkages with other sectors and industries. Furthermore, our community tourism program is envisaged to contribute to the growth and capacity of constituents, encouraging self-employment. The project is expected to be implemented at the local level, directly impacting those areas affected mainly by the decline in the economic activity, the fall of the banana industry, and poverty. It is further envisaged, Mr. Speaker, that the actions and initiatives will significantly diversify the tourism product and the local economy in Micoud North, while simultaneously addressing critical social problems, particularly unemployment and poverty. Mr. Speaker, from the moment I presented myself to serve and participate in the building and development of this beautiful island, I have received resentment. Early in the race, I came to the harsh realization that I would need to amass some sort of testicular fortitude, Mr. Speaker, to be able to persevere, manage, and endure in the task ahead. Many doubted that I would be standing here today, Mr. Speaker. Many doubted. As a young man representing the people of Micoud North, who would have believed, Mr. Speaker, that today, that the representative from Micoud North would be a candidate of the St. Lucia Labour Party. Mr. Speaker, some call me mad. Yo me dit moi est-ce me ka fou? Est-ce me ka quitter travail moi derrière pour entrer en politique et courir Micoud North? Oui, est-ce me pas connaître, Mr. Speaker? Yes. In certain instances, I was even ridiculed, Mr. Speaker. You see, Mr. Speaker, for decades, everyone in St. Lucia knows that Micoud was solely flambeau. Whilst this is true, or should I say, may have been the truth, the people, as mentioned before, they were fed up, Mr. Speaker. Their allegiance did not bear fruit. Like most of our coconut and copra trees, they were tired. And the nuts were now small with little water, Mr. Speaker. The need for change echoed across age demographics. Mr. Speaker, no plaster, no mask of infrastructure projects and upgrades, which, by the way, is an obligation of the people. Mr. Speaker, this is an obligation to the people. So, no mask or no infrastructure projects, Mr. Speaker, would appease. I can never forget the time following my unfortunate demise, Mr. Speaker, which led to the amputation of my right leg, traversing challenging walkways in acute, impoverished areas. I recall the many interactions and meetings with the fishers, elderly and marginalized, and the youth, Mr. Speaker, who felt hopeless. Mr. Speaker, I will admit that the task ahead is hard. It is hard. The responsibility entrusted in me for most part gives me sleepless nights. I continually engage to ensure that I do not deceive. I continually engage, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that I do not deceive or disappoint the people of Micoud North. Today, I want to assure them that I will relentlessly, Mr. Speaker, appeal and advocate on their behalf, even if I have to hop my way to ensure that they are heard and they benefit from initiatives and programs of government they receive, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the matters affecting the youth, particularly those who reside between the Tumase River in the south and the Parole River in the north, remain of paramount importance to me. Every time I look at this honorable chamber, Mr. Speaker, I look at the floor of this chamber, I realize that I am the voice of the young people, Mr. Speaker. For I am the youngest parliamentarian holding a seat here. Now, I still feel that my colleague from Grosile, Mr. Speaker, who is young, but I have to tell him, sorry, the boat is going and leaving behind in a while. And I know that his youthful spirit will still enable him, Mr. Speaker, to implement game-changing programs for the youth nation, for the nation's youth, Mr. Speaker. And in Castries North, we still have a heavy roller, Mr. Speaker, with a youthful spirit. But on a more serious note, Mr. Speaker, I genuinely endeavor to change the landscape in Micoud North that will ensure a sustainable future for our young people. So, Minister for Youth and Sports and the representative for Grozile, I will continually knock at your door to ensure some of the resources prioritized under your stewardship can be channeled to benefit the youth of Mikudnov. I know that many of my constituents feel a bit discouraged with early pronouncements regarding ministerial office, Mr. Speaker. Some of them who supported me took to the media trying to create some form of discord, expressing their disappointment. Mr. Speaker, the past 9 months have been a learning opportunity for me. In some instances, I have been brought to accept some realities as it pertains to political landscape and even find one way within that space. In other situations, I have learned so much that no university, subject, or even lecture, Mr. Speaker, in political science would afford me. I have met people and interacted in settings that would allow me to champion the cause of my constituency, to further benefit Mikudnov. You see, Mr. Speaker, I trust the recommendation and counsel of the Prime Minister and colleagues with this decision. I know that as I progress in this political journey, with the help of God and direction as well as guidance of the honorable men and women of this House, Mr. Speaker, I will be even better equipped to serve. We need strong, committed, dedicated politicians, Mr. Speaker, who will create a difference in the political landscape of St. Lucia. We need politicians who understand that their call is to serve. Not to look down, Mr. Speaker, but to serve. Mr. Speaker, my mother, Marika Norbert, at the time of my birth, she named me Jeremiah. My whole life has been of service to my family. In my debut on this Mr. Speaker, on the program with Mondi, and Mr. Speaker, through you, let me wish her a happy birthday. I shared my story, which provided insight into my upbringing. This upbringing, Mr. Speaker, is characterized by humility and ensuring the 9 brothers and sisters who followed me were cared for. Even if it meant working alongside my uncle, Mr. Speaker, in the local coal pit at 11 to obtain some form of remuneration, to support my mom and to have some clean money for lunch. I am now getting to terms with the meaning of my name and calling. You see, Mr. Speaker, the Old Testament tells us, Mr. Speaker, that Jeremiah was a Judean prophet whose activity spanned for the utmost, Mr. Speaker, about 4 decades in his country's history. The book further tells us that the prophet Jeremiah appears to have received his call to be a prophet in the 13th year of the reign of king and continued his ministry until after the siege and capture of Jerusalem by the Babylonians. In essence, Mr. Speaker, Jeremiah was called to serve his people, to ensure they were well and that they did well. I desire, Mr. Speaker, to leave my namesake. I want to serve and I want to leave a legacy of service behind me. I want to inspire the youth to serve while I champion the cause of my people to assure their sustenance and livelihood. I want a prosperous Mikudnov, and I want to do so as a servant with the support of the many groups, individuals, and associations of Mikud. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I would like to now take this opportunity to express sincere and deepest gratitude to all those who have supported me in this journey. There are a few who would not want me to mention their name. They know who they are. Thanks to the constituency arm, who embraced me and continues to buy into the concept of inclusiveness. I would like to thank my parents and the entire community, Mr. Speaker, of Lapwet Mopo, where I was born. I would like to express profound gratitude to my campaign team, the campaign manager, my mentors, and my prayer group. I cannot forget, Mr. Speaker, the great work of the current Mikudnov Constituency Council and the workers of that council. Thanks to my fellow parliamentarians and my Labour Party family. Thanks to the employees of my constituency office and the clerk and staff of the Parliament office who have embraced me, Mr. Speaker. Above all, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank God Almighty, who has kept me and who has given me the strength. Mr. Speaker, every day I bask in His presence because He has been so good to me. He sustains me, and I pray that He continues to guide us, Mr. Speaker. And when I say us, I'm referring to everybody in this Parliament, Mr. Speaker, especially this government, in delivering to the people of St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, I would again like to thank the wonderful men, women, and of course, the children of what is on the trajectory of becoming one of the most envied, Mr. Speaker, constituencies in St. Lucia, Micoud North. Thank you for placing your trust and confidence in me and for allowing me the opportunity to be your voice and to articulate your sentiments and needs in this honorable house. I want to take this opportunity to remind and reassure them that I am fully committed to the task ahead. Permit me also in a very special way, Mr. Speaker, to recognize Deputy Commissioner of Police Dorian O'Brien, who proceeded on pre-retirement leave on Tuesday after dedicating more than half of his life towards serving and protecting this nation. I want to wish him well in his post-retirement life. In many ways, Mr. O'Brien was a mentor, and again, thank you for your tremendous contribution to the development of the Royal St. Lucia Police Force over the years. Mr. Speaker, we have a strong team of formidable men and women who have been entrusted by St. Lucians to manage their business. We did not win the elections by a raffle, Mr. Speaker. We won because the people placed their trust in the men and women who sit in this honorable house, Mr. Speaker. Yes. We did not win by Gwende either, Mr. Speaker. I am grateful to be affiliated with this team. I have had the privilege to sit in on many deliberations, Mr. Speaker, which led to the preparation of this budget. As a first time, or some would call you a rookie, Mr. Speaker, in the process, I have learned so much. I continue to understand the runnings of government and its correlation with political life in the context of serving and ensuring the best interests of the people of St. Lucia. With this said, Mr. Speaker, by my judgment, I am satisfied that proper due diligence was considered and factored into this budget. I am confident, Mr. Speaker, delivery and implementation of the many initiatives and programs espoused in this presentation will help in the transformation of St. Lucia in empowering our people and the transformation of our economy. Therefore, I speak on behalf of the people of Micoud North, Mr. Speaker, and I fully endorse this budget as proposed by this government through this honorable minister. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Dennery South.
Mr. Speaker, I stand in this honorable house today to give support to the Appropriation Bill 2020-2022 presented on Tuesday, 26 April by the Prime Minister of St. Lucia, exactly 9 months after the people of St. Lucia voted the government of the United Workers' Party out of office. I want to commend the Prime Minister for a bill that is purely about putting the people first, a bill that is about empowering our people and transforming our economy. I want to once again, Mr. Speaker, to sincerely thank the people of Dennery South for placing the trust and confidence in me. To my wife, Mr. Speaker, and my two daughters, Vicky and Crystal, I want to say a big thank you to them for the encouragement and support that they have been given to me. Mr. Speaker, before I delve into the business of my ministry, I would like to make mention of two matters of concern in my constituency. The first one is a very sad one, and it is about a sudden death of Roger Ketchup Joseph, a young, talented, jovial, energetic, outgoing, and cheerful individual who passed last week, Mr. Speaker. He was actually a member of my youth group. He was in my office just a few weeks ago, Mr. Speaker, discussing matters in terms of how I can work with him in terms of getting him into some business venture that is important for his future. Mr. Speaker, I want to express, as the parliamentary rep for Denridge South, my sincere condolences to his family, especially his father Roger and his parents, as well as friends and other members of the Denridge community. For the first time, Mr. Speaker, we saw a female individual in the name of Donna Regis leaving the island yesterday to participate for the first time in the Canadian Farm Program. I do wish her the best, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister mentioned 2 days ago, the Ministry of Agriculture is probably one of the most important ministries, especially with regards to feeding the nation. And Mr. Speaker, with the whole thrust of food security, food insecurity, Mr. Speaker, it has even become more important, and this ministry continues to be one, if not the most important ministry at this time to help St. Lucia in terms of addressing its food security issues. The government of St. Lucia, through the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries, Food Security and Rural Development, has commissioned a food security strategy and action plan to address the causes and effects of food insecurity in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker, particularly given the recent spike in food prices, including agricultural produce, livestock, and fish products. Je voulais dire ça en créole pour toutes ces femmes, pour faire savoir que le ministre agricole, c'est un ministre qui est très important pour le pays Saint-Lucie. Il est venu pour produire manger. Et le ministre agricole a une importance et valeur manger. Et puis, l'importance là, c'est femmes qui sont venues pour production manger Saint-Lucie. Et nous avons mis ensemble en stratégie et un plan pour nous travailler avec toutes ces femmes, toutes ces gens qui sont agricoles, qu'on ces pêcheurs, qu'on ces agro-processors là, ces femmes qui ont les gyms là, pour nous mettre un plan ensemble, pour nous garder qui manière nous résoudre les problèmes là qui affectent nous et qui continuent à affecter nous en temps pour venir. Là, ils viennent pour production, manger cette ici. The high cost of food, including agricultural produce, has been a major concern, especially for consumers who purchase from supermarkets and other outlets. The situation was further exacerbated by the event of COVID-19 pandemic, which caused breakdowns in the supply chain for many goods, resulting in unsatisfied demand and shortages. St. Lucia, like other countries in the region, must grapple with the possibility of being squeezed out of global markets because of increasing demand for food products by larger and more influential countries. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, St. Lucia continues to record high food import bills, which have averaged in excess of $300 million between 2016 and 2019, except for 2020, during which imports of agricultural produce declined by 74% to $95.8 million. Je voulais crier sur ces gens dans cette liste, mais je voulais permission speaker pour dire ça en patois. Nous allons continuer en chaque manger que nous avons servi cette liste, car tout le monde est sorti de l'autre pays. Et puis en l'année 2016 pour 2019, nous importons à peu près $300 millions valeur à manger. Mais en l'année 2020, nous descendons pour $95.8 millions. Now, ça c'est un chai l'argent nous avons payé pour mener manger en tout. Et nous avons créé il y a lait pour nous venir ensemble pour produire un chai ensemble chez manger ça nous avons produit ici. Et moi ça nous ces femmes ça fait depuis nous ainsi pour nous ça fait. Et ça c'est une situation ministre agricole qui prend pour garder qui manière nous ça résoudre situation ça là. Mr. Speaker, this was as a result of reduced demand by the hotels and supermarkets due to the effect of COVID-19. Consequently, food security issues must be prioritized and addressed urgently if we are to protect and meet the needs of the populace. Mr. Speaker, it is imperative that we encourage our food producers to grow more than we can consume, all with a view to exporting, storing, and processing surplus yields. This will make a unique opportunity, provide a unique opportunity, Mr. Speaker, for the St. Lucia Marketing Board to facilitate the export and sales of such food products. Je voulais crier à ce farmer, pêcheur, tout le monde qui est involvé en secteur agricole là, la vision c'est pour nous encourager pour produire plus passer nous qu'à servir ici. Because là où produit plus passer ça nous qu'à servir ici, nous avons assez manger pour nous manger ici, nous pas une opportunité pour nous mener un chai manger en tout qu'on nous a fait avant, mais nous avons aussi ni manger pour nous ça store, pour nous ça process et pour nous ça exporter dehors. Et là nous fait ça, c'est pêcheurs, tout le monde qui est en secteur agricole là, quand ça fait plus l'argent. Et nous gagnons ça nous créons sustainable agriculture. Côté ces farmers qui continuent à faire l'argent et return industry. Mr. Speaker, this strategy and action plan seeks to contribute towards the achievement of food and nutrition security by outlining various measures which will assist in reducing the cost of producing crops, livestock, and fish products within the agricultural sector, thereby benefiting all stakeholders. A variety of new concerns in food security and nutrition will need to be addressed in the future. And these include 1. Meeting the food and nutritional needs of the population. Nous devons make sure that nous ça produit assez manger that nous besoin pour population. Secondly, increasing sustainable agricultural production and productivity. Nous devons un agricole secteur, un secteur agricole côté qui a encourager tout le monde à en secteur. Nous voulons voir que ces farmers continuent à produire et que là ils continuent à produire, ils ont fait l'argent. Enhancing resilience to climate change. Nous attendons about climate change côté nous avons l'année nous avons la pluie, l'année nous avons un soleil. Now là on parle about soleil ou là même là Chile côté où as a farmer qui joue glow pour produire quantité manger et quantité manger nous avons besoin pour nous nourrir. So enhancing resilience to climate change is very important, Mr. Speaker, and I am very happy to have witnessed the heavy rains coming in the last day or two, Mr. Speaker. I am certainly sure our farmers are very happy of this, and they will surely take advantage of this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, we in terms of the strategies to address food security, I have a list of many, but I want to just focus on a few, Mr. Speaker. And one of them, Mr. Speaker, is increasing water storage capacity and water management on farms. There has been a very heavy dependence on rain-fed agriculture, Mr. Speaker. And that is why in the dry season, there is what we call low production of certain commodities when compared to the rainy season, when you have gluts in a number of produce, agricultural produce. due to the high rainfall quantities during this time of year. Maximum crop yield through more efficient water use. Reducing the cost of agrochemicals through the utilization of organic methods, including composting. Reduce dependency on labor-intensive production methods through mechanization, and which includes tillers and small implements. Mr. Speaker, I have always been concerned with the fact that a lot of our farmers still adopt the traditional methods of farming. You still see a lot of the crowbar, you still see a lot of the pickaxe, the hoe. But Mr. Speaker, it is time for us to mechanize the sector. And that is one way our young people will be attracted to the sector. It is not going to be very attractive to our young persons if they continue to see the pickaxe, the hoe, the cutlass. But Mr. Speaker, we need to bring new forms of mechanization in the sector. And this is why in this new financial year, Mr. Speaker, a sum of $450,000 was approved for purchase or procurement of new equipment that would help the farmer reduce on the high labor cost in terms of his production, but to help him produce more for spending less time, less financial resources, but the end result is to ensure that he makes more money at the end. We need to promote or assess the potential of agricultural lands to determine its optimal use, Mr. Speaker. We know we have hundreds and hundreds of abandoned lands that was as a result of many people living in the banana industry, Mr. Speaker. Our young people are calling for access to land, Mr. Speaker, to get into agriculture. We need to assess the potential of those agricultural lands, Mr. Speaker, and maybe place it into what we call a land bank, so young people can access the land bank, and so that lands will be ideal lands will be available for them to practice agriculture. Expand local production of aquaculture products, shrimp and tilapia. Mr. Speaker, we know the Taiwanese program has engaged a number of farmers. Nous avons chaque farmer nous savent qui est engagé en production aquaculture. Ça c'est ça que tilapia et shrimps. Mais nous voulons pli en ces farmers, nous cette ici pli en ces moun ça là, continuer pour produire en chaque ces question ça là. Because there is high potential pour les pour hotel là et demand pour ça en Saint-Lucie. So I'm encouraging a lot of those aquaculture farmers to expand their aquaculture ponds so that they can produce more in terms of fish products in St. Lucia. Maintain the fish aggregating device, what you call the FADs. Our fishermen have seen the value and importance of the FADs, Mr. Speaker, and when we met the fishers in Soufrière, Dennery, Micoud, Vieux-Fort, Mr. Speaker, there has always been a cry for FADs. And I just want to note, Mr. Speaker, my ministry will be in the next few weeks making available 3 FADs, one for the fishers in Soufrière, one for the fishers in Vieux-Fort, and one, obviously, for the fishers in Dennery, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a number of short-term measures have also been identified in terms of addressing the food security issues. And Mr. Speaker, I know a lot of the other persons with fisher folks are making a request, but in the coming year we will see what can be done to assist Mr. Honorable Member for Grosile and Canaries and Micoud North, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are a number of other short-term, medium-term measures that we have already highlighted to address the food security issues. And one that is of very, very significance to us is the role of the The marketing board, Mr. Speaker, in spite of all what I've just said there, Mr. Speaker, it is one thing to ask our farmers to produce and to produce more than we need, but we must ensure that we have an entity available to be able to actually buy from those farmers and to ensure that the farmers get what they duly deserve. So the St. Lucia Marketing Board, Mr. Speaker, which was established to provide the institutional support and framework for the production and marketing of non-banana produce, Mr. Speaker. However, over the years, many attempts have been made to operate the St. Lucia Marketing Board with limited resources, aging physical plant, inadequate human resources, and limited financial assistance from central government. In addition, Mr. Speaker, competition from private sector businesses who have made significant inroads in the sales in the hospitality and commercial sectors has made it extremely difficult for St. Lucia Marketing Board to operate in its current form whilst trying to fulfill its original mandate. The problems facing the St. Lucia Marketing Board have worsened over the years, and in pursuance of its mandate, the organization, with assistance from the government, must embark on a number of initiatives aimed at enhancing efficiency and improving its competitiveness in a dynamic and changing trading environment. Mr. Speaker, the St. Lucia Marketing Board must position itself to meet the global challenges by creating an enabling environment and providing the necessary services that will enhance its business capabilities. Given the current financial crunch, Mr. Speaker, facing the St. Lucia Marketing Board, there is an urgent need for an injection of capital by way of either subvention or a loan supported by the government. 2, Mr. Speaker, to allow a cash injection for support to the Marketing Board for a guaranteed loan. Mr. Speaker, it is also necessary for us to view the enactment of government policy, Mr. Speaker, to ensure all institutions such as the hospitals, the schools, the prisons actually get the local produce to be purchased from the St. Lucia Marketing Board. And to closing in terms of the Marketing Board, Mr. Speaker, is an opportunity to grant sole importer status on a number of products that we import in St. Lucia to the Marketing Board to ensure its sustainability. Marketing Board là, c'est une entité qui était trouvée quoi établie en 1977. Et ça, c'était une entité qui était placée expressement par Pharma Saint-Lucie pour vendre toutes ces bagailles-là qu'ils ont produit. Mais en temps passé, nous, St. Lucia Marketing Board là, car point en descendant, because il passe hen am koy kam supporter ces femmes qu'on était pour. Et que yon ces bagailles là cause ça, c'est là dans chaque compétition. Là dans chaque l'autre place qu'on ces hôtels là, Marcy, ces petits restaurants là qui cap acheter produits from ces femmes directement et qui a fait difficile pour Marketing Board là continuer travail manière supposée. Mais nous avons un temps pour venir, nous avons discuté ça et puis cabinet là, le gouvernement qui a eu support qui est nécessaire pour Marketing Board là, Mr. Speaker. One other very, very important measure in terms of addressing our food security issues, Mr. Speaker, is the 7 Crops Program, which its first phase commenced in May 2019, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we saw 7 crops that were specifically targeted where farmers were increasing the production of those crops, all in an effort to reduce our import of those 7 crops. The new phase of this program, Mr. Speaker, funded by the government of Taiwan, commenced in March this year, and it is a 5-year period, Mr. Speaker, costing $3.3 million, almost 10 million dollars, Mr. Speaker, to assist our farmers, to assist the sector in helping us meet our food security needs. Mr. Speaker, I want to take this time to thank the government and people of Taiwan for making these funds available to my ministry and the government to support our farmers in this time when they need it most. Mr. Speaker, implementation of a school feeding project with the assistance of the government of Mexico and the Food and Agriculture Organization to improve nutrition in schools through the restructuring and expansion of the school feeding program is on its way, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we will encourage youth involvement in agriculture, fish and fisheries to ensure sustainability and continuity. This will be done through a focus on employing and encouraging mechanization, as I mentioned earlier, and reduce labor-intensive methodologies for production, especially as it relates to non-traditional crops. Mr. Speaker, at this time, I move to the banana industry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the banana industry has been an industry that has had a significant impact on the social and economic development of St. Lucia. It has provided opportunities and employment for thousands of our rural people, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, when we look at the legacy issues surrounding the banana industry, I wish to state the following, Mr. Speaker. Our banana outputs over the last 2 to 3 years have plummeted to an all-time low. I will repeat. Mr. Speaker, our banana outputs over the last 2 to 3 years have plummeted to an all-time low. It recorded a decline of 45.4% to about 4.583.2 tons in 2021.
Say that again.
It recorded a decline of 45.4% to about 4.583.2 tons in 2021, Mr. Speaker. We were not there yet. We came in July of 2021. And this is according to the Economic and Social Review of 2021. Mr. Speaker, the passage of Hurricane Elsa in July 2021 resulted in damages of approximately 87% of the banana crop. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, the industry then faced several challenges thereafter, including one, lack of supply in terms of production inputs and packaging materials, market inefficiencies, loss of access to the UK market, Mr. Speaker, lack of financial resources to rehabilitate banana fields.
The demise of Winfresh.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission. Industry figure experiencé descendant a decline, ça c'est commencé à descendre en 2021. L'industrie a descendu par 45%. Là, il vient pour production figue. En 2021, nous only voyons 4500 tonnes figues l'Angleterre. Gouvernement, les bas partis pour côté en power, ça bien. Nous venons nous en industrie côté latini, nous pas de voir figue pour l'Angleterre. Nous tenons en industrie côté supply et production pour matériaux partis invalides. Nous sommes en situation côté NFT ont appartenu à assez l'argent pour bailler ces pharmacies pour faire ça pour faire, Mr. Speaker. Nous sommes en situation côté Winfresh qui est responsable pour production figue pour toute pharmacie ici, trouvé fermé en juillet 2021. Mr. Speaker, the Winfresh had gone into administration and therefore ceased to exist from July 2019, and the NFTO was ill-equipped to carry out the functions of Winfresh in an efficient and effective manner.
Who was the representative on Windrush?
Mr. Honorable, I can't remember his name, but it's my predecessor.
First time in history. First time in history, a minister ended up on Windrush.
Mr. Speaker, as a consequence, banana quality and quality suffered. The industry collapsed, and as a result, St. Lucia was denied a 2022 banana contract by Sainsbury. Mr. Speaker, in real terms, we lost 10 to 12,000 boxes of sales revenue for the year. Mr. Speaker, upon assuming office, our government, a St. Lucia Labour Party government who cares, Mr. Speaker, and seeks to put the people first, immediately set out to deal with the issues in order to restore farmer confidence and encourage farmers to replant and cultivate bananas, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have not mentioned sending any bananas to France, Mr. Speaker, in my deliberations. Mr. Speaker, we are committed to securing the livelihoods of our farmers. Mr. Speaker, our Labour Party-led government has taken several critical interventions to revitalize and restructure the industry. Mr. Speaker, upon assuming office, we immediately reached out to our banana partners in the UK. The Honourable Emma Hippolyte, the Minister for Commerce, and I led a delegation comprising Government of St. Lucia officials, national fair trade representatives, and private sector experts, the Deputy Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Agriculture, 2 members of the Banana Task Force, 1 representative from the NFTO, and a representative from Export St. Lucia traveled to the United Kingdom on a trade mission from November 14, 2021 to November 21, 2021. Mr. Speaker, the primary purpose of the mission was to secure contracts, quotas, and markets for St. Lucia bananas and other agricultural products. Further, Mr. Speaker, the mission sought to continue building on the established relationship with UK stakeholders and reinstill confidence and provide assurances for delivery of quality fruits. Mr. Speaker, on December 3rd, 2021, Cabinet approved the formation of a subcommittee responsible for the banana industry to focus attention and report on the progress made towards building the industry. In addition, Mr. Speaker, on December 6, 2021, Cabinet again, Mr. Speaker, approved the establishment of a banana task force to guide the restructuring of the banana industry. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to report that the chairman of the task force submitted his final report on April 2021. This report will be tabled in Cabinet for guidance and direction on the way forward. Cabinet provided, Mr. Speaker, the approval for the engagement of a consultant to review the operations of the NFTO. In addition to technical support, Mr. Speaker, the government provided much-needed financial support to the NFTO. On Tuesday, March 29, 2022, Mr. Speaker, the government of St. Lucia, through the Ministry of Agriculture, the National Economic Fund, St. Lucia Development Bank, and NFTO signed a memorandum of understanding on a loan agreement for the sum of $3.8 million that would go to the NFTO and to the farmers, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this government, my government, Mr. Speaker, we have also taken bold steps to explore the potential of our regional banana market while we simultaneously focus on revitalizing the UK market. On March 21st, Mr. Speaker, to March 23rd, 2022, I led a small delegation that traveled to Antigua and Barbuda. We met with importers, Mr. Speaker. We also met with the Minister for Agriculture, the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda, Mr. Speaker. And currently, our weekly order stands at 6,500 boxes per week heading to the region. We see the potential, Mr. Speaker, for an increase in our volumes within the region. Mr. Speaker, my focus is only in the region so far. I have not mentioned bananas going to Martinique nor France. Mr. Speaker, je voulais crier à ces femmes je voulais dire ces femmes que nous avons un gouvernement, nous avons une industrie qui était presque collapse. Une industrie côté confidence femme pas ça était pouillé. Mais un gouvernement qui copain et savent valer industrie figla en Saint-Lucie a fait un chai pour garder qui manière nous kay ressusciter industrie parce que nous savons nous y a chai moun qui dépend de l'industrie nous savons qui ça industrie means pour ces femmes et ça nous avons fait à ce gouvernement pour nous garder opportunité qui a existé en région pour nous savons magnifique nous aller. Nous savons actuellement l'année en 1000 boîtes qui ont quitté ici à Pointe-Trinidad tous les semaines. Et qu'après le budget là, les moyens de chance nous avons monté là pour garder qui manière nous ça increased export of fig et puis l'autre produit aussi, Mr. Speaker, pour garder qui manière nous ça voir plus fig nous en région. Et Mr. Speaker, moi voulais crier sur ces femmes, moi savent chaque les nous meeting, moi savent on est un chai problème là il vient pour sel, validate avec l'autre bagaille ou besoin by industrie. Mais nous avons quoi en temps pour venir, monsieur Prime Ministre là, là il a joindre un petit argent côté il a ça moi si oui il a buy pharmacie pour il besoin. Mr. Speaker, it is my intention to establish a network within the region that will facilitate strategic market, growth and distribution of our bananas. Very soon, Mr. Speaker, we will embark upon an intense sales, marketing and negotiating strategy within the region, geared towards increasing demand for our bananas in the region. Mr. Speaker, with these interventions to the industry challenges, we have been responsive to providing the resources, leadership, and attention required to put the banana industry back on a pathway to success. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure a lot of our farmers would know that on 31st March last month, Mr. Speaker, the 5-year program for the BPIP came to an end. Another program that was funded by the government and people of Taiwan. But Mr. Speaker, considering the importance of controlling the black Sikatoka disease, my government has established a small unit comprising of 6 persons who would be responsible for continuing to address the black Sikatoka problem, Mr. Speaker. So, je voulais crier à ce femme, même si le BPIP a fermé, mais nous avons un petit office qui est ouvert, qui peut continuer produire l'huile pour sa spray figure. Nous avons une extension officers qui peut continuer, quand continuer le travail là. Parce que nous avons si nous ne pas faire ces bagages là, quality, c'est un bagage qui est important. Et nous voulons ouais femmes faire l'argent, nous voulons ouais femmes avec l'industrie, avec le gouvernement. Ça là, gouvernement Saint Lucia Labour Party qui led by Prime Minister Honorable Philippe J. Nous avons fait ça nous payer pour ensure that nous quitter nous where industry continue en direction qui est en succès. Mr. Speaker, I now move to a very important area in my ministry, the livestock sector, Mr. Speaker. The livestock sector has tremendous growth potential, which, if properly harnessed, can significantly contribute towards job creation and economic empowerment, food and nutrition security, and ultimately positively contributing to St. Lucia's GDP. St. Lucia is among the highest imports of meat and poultry in the OECS, and our current consumption of broiler meat is 3 times the world average, Mr. Speaker. Could you imagine that, Mr. Speaker? Local chicken, Mr. Speaker, and pork sales stood at over 27.6 million and pork 4.7 million respectively. We remain self-sufficient in table eggs and experience a rise in small subsistent layer production during the pandemic. Despite the strides, Mr. Speaker, in the poultry and pork sectors, productivity and efficiency continue to be hindered by the high cost of inputs, especially the poor quality and consistency of livestock feed, low investment and technology innovation in the sectors, and overall lack of standards. Increasing demands are being made for local beef, mutton, and chevron. Mr. Speaker, my ministry recognized the need to develop a clear roadmap with strategic interventions for the development of the livestock sector through the preparation of a master plan and infrastructure plan for the sector. The master plan, Mr. Speaker, focuses on development strategies for increasing livestock productivity, promoting expansion and development of priority livestock, Mr. Speaker, and their value chains, developing climate-resilient infrastructure, and capacity building of stakeholders in the subsector. Mr. Speaker, the previous government made a policy decision to relocate the Boseju Agricultural Station to Volet Mikud, Mr. Speaker. A further injection of funds is approved to complete the final phase of construction works at the facility in this new financial year, 2022-2023. Mr. Speaker, this will contribute immensely to the country's effort in diversifying the agricultural sector, reducing the food import bill, and assuring food security for its people. Mr. Speaker, after the operationalization of the new livestock station, the implementation of a national breeding program will commence in an effort to increasing livestock production and productivity to meet the needs of our consumers, as well as to contribute to the lowering of our food import bill. Mou vle kriye asose livestock farmer, Mr. Speaker, pou di yo, dat mwen sav zok a soufe an chay, because gouvernement United Workers Party a tiye Boseju Agricultural Station Boseju an V4, ek nou ka menen an kote wak Volet Mikou. Et mwa si yo sav pou ki sa fet, because gouvernement United Workers Party a kwe dat tiye wak king te ple important pase moun nan gen agricole. Et puis actuellement, nous avons en chay animaux, tous ces animaux, nous avons en South Community College là, en Denry North. Et nous avons à l'année ça nous avons bâti et fini livestock facility en Mikou pour nous amener les animaux à vivre là pour ça commencer à bénéficier from activités ça là. Livestock farmers will have access to improved bloodlines of ruminants, swine, and rabbits, not only through the purchase of better breeds, but also through techniques like artificial insemination and stud services. The station will also undertake research and training activities to build capacity and efficiency in the sector. Currently, the animals are housed, as I said, Mr. Speaker, at the South Louis Community College in Grand Riviere Dennery. Mr. Speaker, I now move to the meat processing facility. Mr. Speaker, with all this being said, St. Lucia will require an appropriate infrastructure in order to accommodate these new initiatives within the livestock sector. Appropriate facilities for slaughtering, processing, packaging, and storage of meats are indispensable to driving the sector forward. The operation of certified abattoirs, Mr. Speaker, is critical if we are to standardize our slaughter methods, provide safe and wholesome meats to consumers, implement traceability systems, facilitate cold storage and processing, and improve value chain development. In this vein, Mr. Speaker, a cost-benefit analysis was carried out by the ministry to determine the best options for the operationalization of a meat processing facility here in St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, my ministry established a committee to look at the facility and came up with 3 options. Option 1, Mr. Speaker, is that the meat processing facility remain at Beausejour Vieux-Fort. Option 2, Mr. Speaker, the meat processing facility to be relocated in Dennery North, with a new facility being constructed. Option 3, Mr. Speaker, the meat processing facility to be relocated to Dennery, but through a pre-fabricated building. The final results of the study indicated that option 1 means remaining at the current location had the highest benefit cost ratio and the greatest net present value. Although significant investments would be necessary to commission the MPF, the eventual benefits to be derived cannot be understated, including meeting our food security needs and decreasing our food import bills. Mr. Speaker, this takes me to the National Agricultural and Diagnostic Facility located in Union. Mr. Speaker, the opening of this new National Agricultural Diagnostic Facility and specifically the Veterinary Diagnostic Laboratory offer great avenues for undertaking surveillance activities for priority diseases of concern like the avian influenza and African swine fever, Mr. Speaker, 2 major threats in the region at present. Also, implementation of residue monitoring programs for veterinary pharmaceuticals in products like honey and meat. We recognize that imported chicken, Mr. Speaker, provides one of the best available and cheaper sources of protein. However, with rising cases of avian influenza in some of our major poultry export markets, particularly the UK, USA, and Canada, we have had to review and strengthen our importation requirements for poultry from avian influenza affected countries. The laboratory will be working closely with the Bureau of Standards under an MOU to assist agro-processors and farmers in meeting the requirements of export markets. The planned laboratories, Mr. Speaker, will be providing services that previously were not available in St. Lucia. Unfortunately, the initiation of such programs is presently hindered by the lack of trained laboratory personnel, although recommendations have already been submitted to public service. Mr. Speaker, I now move to a very, very, very important issue in the agricultural sector, is agricultural diversification. Mr. Speaker, in this financial year, a sum of $1.4 million was approved for what we call a cocoa sector enhancement project, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Dennery North, you have 15 minutes left.
Dennery South, Mr. Speaker.
Dennery South, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be done within time. Mr. Speaker, this cocoa project, and with the overall objective of increasing returns to the cocoa sector through the production of cocoa beans, building resilience to climate change, and advancing to higher levels of the value chain, Mr. Speaker, will provide greater levels of revenue to our farmers. We know, Mr. Speaker, a number of our farmers who have left the banana industry will have an opportunity to be able to get into the production of cocoa, Mr. Speaker. I know a lot of our farmers are struggling to remain in the banana industry, and we are making available for them, Mr. Speaker, an opportunity for them to benefit from the cocoa project, which will be implemented in this financial year. The Ministry of Agriculture in this final year will undertake the following activities, Mr. Speaker. Retrofitting of the BAF Propagation Center and propagation of cocoa plants, provision, and I see the honorable member for Soufrière from Jacques is taking notes. I know this will benefit the farmers in Soufrière tremendously, Mr. Speaker. Provision of labor for the pruning of cocoa plants, Mr. Speaker. We are seeing tremendous problems with the cocoa tree, Mr. Speaker, and a lot of our farmers are calling for pruning the trees because this would result in an increase in yield and production of cocoa pods. Training to enhance both the production and processing of cocoa. Rehabilitation of 123 acres of cocoa farm holdings. Expansion of approximately 294 acres and replanting of 78 acres. Je voulais crier sur toutes ces femmes à Saint-Lucia, that gouvernement Saint-Lucie, le ministre agricole, qui a fait un projet qui a encouragé à planter cacao à l'été. Et puis nous avons pour prendre l'opportunité ça là, pas quitter l'opportunité ça parce que nous avons bas plan, nous avons aussi pour nous avons bas matériel besoin pour bailler sel. Nous savons le problème là venu pour disease là Mr. Speaker. Nous savons qu'il y a disease, nous avons travaillé pour comme ministre, mais nous voulons where toutes ces femmes, as many farmers as possible, to take advantage of this project. Mr. Speaker, apiculture is another subsector that offers tremendous opportunities. Beekeeping in St. Lucia has a long and extensive history and has contributed to sustaining rural livelihoods and income generation, Mr. Speaker. In this financial year, Mr. Speaker, our apiculture farmers, Mr. Speaker, as well as our CMOS farmers will benefit from a free $100,000 that was approved in this new financial year to give support in terms of packaging, labeling, marketing, etc., Mr. Speaker. It's a thriving sector, and I want to see as many persons in the rural areas continue to benefit from the sector. Mr. Speaker, in terms of the fisheries, Mr. Speaker, we are making available 300 GPS satellite tracking devices free of charge to our fishermen, Mr. Speaker. The device will assist the fishers and marine units to monitor the activities of vessels at sea and assist with search and rescue activities. Mr. Speaker, je voulais crier sur ces pêcheurs pour faire savoir le gouvernement Saint-Lucie qui travaille pour bailler 300 GPS satellite tracking devices. Ça c'est un équipement pour qu'il placer en l'air qu'on tout. Si un niveau la mer, nous caille ça déterminer côté exactement côté où il est. Avec mon quoi, ça a un bon assistant pour vous. Parce que chaque ces pêcheurs nous en perdre en la mer et all si vous tenir plus bonne manière pour communiquer avec marine unit là, avec fisheries department, nous devons sauver un chat la vie. So I hope that tout pêcheur qui n'y cannot, tout maître cannot, qui a point opportunité pour placer équipement ça là qu'on a yo, pour ça faire qu'on plus safe là au parti la mer. The government of that takes me to the Mikud floating jetty, Mr. Speaker. The government of Japan funded a floating jetty to the fishermen of Mikud at a cost of 2.9 million EC dollars, Mr. Speaker. And the whole aim was to improve the economic and social well-being of fisher folks in Miku. The jetty was prefabricated in Japan and was installed in February 2022, Mr. Speaker. A few weeks after installation, Mr. Speaker, the jetty began collapsing. As a result, for the safety of the fishermen and other stakeholders, the cabinet took a decision to dismantle the jetty, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let's imagine $2.9 million funded by the government of Japan, Mr. Speaker, to build a floating jetty for the fishermen. And within 3 weeks of installation, Mr. Speaker, it was not effective. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind this honorable House, Mr. Speaker, that between 2011, Mr. Speaker, and 2016, Mr. Speaker, the St. Lucia Labour Party government built 2 wooden jetties, one in Parole, one in Savans Bay, Mr. Speaker, and it did not cost half of the amount, Mr. Speaker. But je voulais crier sur ces pêcheurs pour dire que nous tous concernés as a gouvernement, parce que un gouvernement là-bas, pas de quoi faire, qualité bagaille ça, dernier gouvernement fait, mais nous avons travaillé ensemble, nous avons travaillé comme ministre pour garder ça nous ça fait. Et depuis nous avons une manière pour gagner l'argent pour ces pêcheurs, nous avons fait ça nous payer pour nous ça bailler pêcheurs en support. Mr. Speaker, in terms of the Forestry Department, the place that I worked many years, Mr. Speaker, there is a state-of-the-art Wildlife Conservation and Education Center, Mr. Speaker, as its name suggests. It was conceptualized with the overall aim of promoting the conservation of St. Lucia's indigenous and endemic wild fauna and flora, Mr. Speaker, as well as educating the general public on the value and importance. Mr. Speaker, we are hoping that this center will be fully operational sometime in September and will bring some much needed revenue for the government and people of St. Lucia. Water resources, Mr. Speaker, the Water Resources Management Agency, Mr. Speaker. The Water Resources Management Agency has the mandate of managing and protecting the water resources of the country, Mr. Speaker. Water issues cut across all sectors such as health and sanitation, industry, agriculture, recreation, and the environment. Mr. Speaker, in 2022-2023, the WRMA will continue to implement and complete outstanding projects which include the hydrometeorological data and information dissemination portal, the Resilient Environment and Caribbean Habitats REACH project, the new water policy, the EU GCCA water resiliency project, rainwater harvesting system in the Plainview Combined School, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I want to say to my constituency, Mr. Speaker, that I am very happy to stand in this honorable house, Mr. Speaker, and to thank them once again for the support they've given me. Mr. Speaker, in the constituency of Dennery South, we are going to revamp the Dennery South Saturday Night Fish Fiesta. This will provide the much-needed social activity required in the constituency, Mr. Speaker, to stimulate some form of economic benefit to our fishers, farmers, and vendors. Mr. Speaker, the infusion of life into the Saturday Night Fish Fiesta, Mr. Speaker, will also signal the gradual uplift of the beachfront area from the Twalo River to the old police station in Phase 1 and the remaining areas up to the river mouth in Phase 2. Mr. Speaker, we are seeking to position the Dennery South so that this constituency can benefit from the tourism industry. Mr. Speaker, in the community of Lakai Lume, we are going to create a new social and economic space with a view of having a major community activity on Sundays, Mr. Speaker. Country and Western music has a rich history in the community, so we plan to exploit this unique history and create a commercial opportunity in Lakai and Lime. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I want to thank the people in my ministry, Mr. Speaker, my PS, my deputy PS, my DAS, my DDAS, Mr. Speaker, heads of units and divisions, Mr. Speaker, my cabinet colleagues, Mr. Speaker, the Dennery South Constituency Council, all other subcommittees established in Dennery South to make that change that Dennery South truly deserves, Mr. Speaker, and to make Dennery South the envy of all constituencies in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I want to endorse the Appropriations Bill 2022-2023. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are we closing the debate? If nobody puts the lights on. The member for Babano.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for affording me the opportunity to speak to the budget delivered by the Honorable Prime Minister and Parliamentary Representative for Castries East. Mr. Speaker, I hope today that I get double time, knowing that some people do not want to speak, so I will gladly welcome this time. So I will take my time, I will navigate, and according to my learned colleague, I will try to get a smooth landing. Mr. Speaker, one of my famous quotes is, "I expect to pass through this world but once. Any good thing, therefore, that I can do, or any kindness I can show to any fellow human being, let me do it now. Let me not defer nor neglect it, for I shall not pass this way again." I want to thank my family, my close friends, my colleagues in the House, in this honorable House, and in Cabinet, and all the constituents in Babono, those from St. Lucia, in the diaspora, regionally and internationally. Mr. Speaker, as we are approaching Labor Day, I take this opportunity to wish all St. Lucians a happy Labor Day, for they have toiled and labored out there to develop this beautiful island of ours. I want to congratulate our Archbishop, Gabriel Mazet, of Castries, on his installation last Sunday. Mr. Speaker, I did not see the dance in Monrepo. Mr. Speaker, let me remind you that on Tuesday, April 26, 2022, was exactly 9 months since this government was elected to office. What a glorious day of deliverance for the St. Lucian people. Mr. Speaker, this budget was delivered just like a baby, born. And it only happened after we went into labor. Mr. Speaker, this baby, the budget, represents a new birth. It's beautiful, full of life, promising, and has great hope for growth in the future. Mr. Speaker, let me again thank the people of Babono for the confidence they expressed in me and affording me the opportunity to represent them in this honorable House. Mr. Speaker, I will in the next few minutes articulate the critical areas in this masterpiece of a budget as presented by the Honorable Prime Minister. And I'll expand and provide legs to many policy positions in relation to the Ministry of the Public Service, Home Affairs, Labor and Gender Affairs. Mr. Speaker, this budget speaks extensively to a number of issues relating to the different departments in Home Affairs, in the areas of the police force, the fire service, Borderlake Correctional Facility, immigration, probation and parole, youth at risk, and the marine unit. Mr. Speaker, I am basically speaking to safety and security of our people in St. Lucia, as highlighted on page 51 to 52 in the budget address of 2022-2023. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Home Affairs means home affairs. Mr. Speaker, the work of this department is instrumental and pivotal to both citizen security and the safety of visitors to our beautiful island. The Royal St. Lucia Police Force focuses a lot on national security. The main priority of the police force is citizen security, and the Department of Home Affairs provides the necessary support to ensure that the police can meet its national security mandate. In the 2022-23 financial year, the Royal St. Lucia Police Force continues to focus on citizen security, geared towards strengthening effective strategies to combat serious crime. Mr. Speaker, I take this opportunity to once again express our condolences to the family of the late PC 863, Nathan Tibet, and to the members of the Royal St. Lucia Police Force. That was a sad moment for all of us in St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, the Royal St. Lucia Police Force in St. Lucia has made a renewed commitment to continue to engage in a process aimed at establishing, consolidating, and protecting the population, not only through traditional channels of enforcing law and order, but also through citizen engagement, exploring innovative tools and technology to gather intelligence and intelligence-based policing. We'll explore innovative tools and technology to assist them in carrying out their duties. The Royal St. Lucia Police Force, through relevant units such as Community Relations Branch, the Community Policing Initiative is working assiduously on reviving and reinforcing the message of civic order and responsibility to make meaningful strides in national security and crime reduction. Mr. Speaker, generally the work on citizen security is ongoing with continued collaboration between the members of the communities and key stakeholders in a combined effort to reduce crime in St. Lucia. Hence, the Royal St. Lucia Police Force will continue to make strides in the reduction of crime as it attempts to attain its goal of a 45% reduction in serious crime in the medium term. In addition to the current strategies used by the Royal St. Lucia Police Force, the government of St. Lucia is committed to support the police by providing resources in this financial year. For example, we are looking at the retrofitting of temporary holding cells at the police headquarters. And my fellow colleagues from Miku North did articulate some of these issues earlier. We are looking at repairs to the roof of the Viewfort police station for general repair works to the police facilities island-wide, for police equipment, for additional vehicles to the police, and they have received quite a few so far. And the government has pledged additional funding to provide the police with equipment and transportation to do their work. Mr. Speaker, when we look at the situation of police, especially with regards to transportation, I wonder whether the previous government of the United Workers' Party expected the police to walk or hire or get on a transit bus to carry out their duties. Because there are so many vehicles that these policemen need to do their work. Mr. Speaker, this government has made a commitment to provide the police with the tools that they need to do their work. So they cannot blame the tools. We either blame the handler of the tool, but we will give them the tools that they need. The objective is to increase the mobility of the police in responding to distress calls. This project seeks to replace 130 depleted vehicles needing replacement for the Royal St. Lucia Police Force. 130 vehicles need to be replaced. What happened in the last 5 years, Mr. Speaker? Were you around? Were you in St. Lucia? Mr. Speaker, this is a clear indication that the police force was under-resourced and under-serviced by the last government. The money from the annual balls to raise funds was certainly inadequate or did not cut it. You cannot have a little annual ball to give the police a few little desks and a little and say that is how you support law and order. It cannot work. Mr. Speaker, the government of St. Lucia calls on every citizen to assist the police in reaching their goals, because as responsible citizens, we should partner with the police to help reduce crime. St. Lucia belongs to all of us. This is our home and we need to feel safe. Mr. Speaker, this government has made provision in this budget to upgrade and repair police stations to bring about more comfortable working conditions as an island-wide initiative embarked for execution during this upcoming financial year. And Mr. Speaker, if you had accompanied me on a tour to visit the current Grosile police station and to see where our officers sleep, tears would run down your eyes. Mr. Speaker, repair works are scheduled to commence in the upcoming fiscal year for the Viewfort Police Station, which is a top priority for this government. Renovation works on the Viewfort Police Station are expected to be completed by the end of this financial year. The initiative is expected to commence in the first quarter of the upcoming financial year, 2022-2023. Another major initiative is the construction of the Grosile Divisional Headquarters. This project is expected to commence within the first quarter of the new financial year. Funding for the project is using a bolt arrangement between the government of St. Lucia and NIPRO. This project is estimated at $36 million. Mr. Speaker, while we speak on resources for the police, one of the main areas which will be addressed in this financial year is the development of the human resource capacity of our police officers. And this will involve training and upskilling of our officers. And I say this, Mr. Speaker, because as you may be aware, the previous government, represented by two of their colleagues in this house, in the last financial year, had $0 in the budget for training of officers. This will be corrected because this government takes law and order very seriously. Mr. Speaker, I move quickly to border control. Border control is a proposed agency within the Department of Home Affairs and National Security, which will create synergies through the marriage of customs and excise, marine unit, immigration, and quarantine. For the 2022-23 financial year, the government has made provisions to pay for a yearly licensing fee for border management system software and procurement of required equipment. It is a costly exercise, but we understand that it's important to create an environment where our people feel safe. Mr. Speaker, the St. Lucia Fire Service. The fire service continues to improve the working conditions at fire stations throughout the island. Hence, in the 2023 financial year, the government is committed to the upkeep of the fire stations. The much needed repairs should be completed by the end of this fiscal year, as this administration continues to improve the conditions in which these frontline workers operate. Mr. Speaker, the St. Lucia Fire Service has an aging fleet of vehicles. We are coming again. We just finished with the police, now we are in the fire, the same story. Fire equipment, they showed me the uniforms, they have to go into the flames. They are no longer. They are very expensive equipment, but they actually keep our officers safe. So they need this equipment. Therefore, during this financial year, we will explore alternative sources for funding and procurement of replacement vehicles and equipment. The St. Lucia Fire Service continues to deliver an exemplary level of service to the public. And I believe we owe these men and women of the soil a debt of gratitude, especially for the extent to which they were stretched during the COVID-19 period. They deserve better resources to execute their duties. Mr. Speaker, we move quickly now to Borderley Correctional Facility. The Borderley Correctional Facility has an aging plant that is in dire need of repairs. And Mr. Speaker, you will see the litany continues. We started with police, we went into fire, now we are at Borderley. The story remains the same. These units, these institutions were under-serviced, under-resourced, neglected. At least we know for sure a lot of that happened during the last 5 years. Mr. Speaker, during the 2022-23 financial year, major repairs are expected to be carried out at the Borderley Correctional Facility, including repairs to the fencing, kitchen area, and electrical works for the safety of its officers, inmates, and by extension, the general public. For the upcoming budget period, Mr. Speaker, there will be the removal and replacement of chain links, fencing, and replacement of cell locks and worn-out keys at the facility, replacement of skylights and repairs to 8 metal stairs, renovation of staff quarters, purchase and installation of hot water heaters for laundry, kitchen, medical units, replacement of toilets, and also replacement of furniture and equipment for staff. This is a government that cares about its people. Whether you are behind bars or you are free, you are under the responsibility of this government, and it is a government for all. Mr. Speaker, the correctional facility faces a myriad of issues that can't all be resolved this financial year, given the fiscal challenge we currently face. And Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you would have heard that when this government came in and we examined the cabinet, it looked like rats had been there. They excreted, they pee, and they left. So now we had to mop up, we had to clean up, and we had to restore. However, this government plans to take incremental steps to resolve the challenges of Borderley, with the hope that with every financial year, Borderley will get closer and closer to its optimal operations. This institution, Mr. Speaker, has been neglected for far too long. I visited the Borderley Correctional Facility and has first-hand information regarding the issues and what exists there currently. The government of St. Lucia is thankful to the Republic of China on Taiwan for the support in funding a program to help develop skills for women inmates. And the plan is to extend it to male inmates. So male inmates will also benefit from the program. Mr. Speaker, in an effort to address the numerous problems and challenges experienced at Borderley, a committee was established to review the operations and management of the Borderley Correctional Facility and to report to me and the cabinet so we can address some of the festering and burning concerns within the correctional systems in St. Lucia. This report is almost ready, Mr. Speaker, and this will guide the way forward for the institution. Mr. Speaker, Probation and Parole Services Unit. The Probation and Parole Services Unit is one whose praises have not been sung loud enough. To the ordinary St. Lucian, it is merely another government office. But those who understand the magnitude of their contribution can only describe probation and parole as a giant pillar in the smooth functioning of society. I applaud them and encourage them to keep up the excellent work. Mr. Speaker, the Probation and Parole Services is now located in a new premise. They have new premises to address pressing occupational safety and health concerns and provide an enhanced quality of service to the public. The Castries office deals with the 1st Judicial District. Probation and Parole also has a southern office that deals with the 2nd Judicial District. Mr. Speaker, under the parole component of its mandate, 3 individuals have been granted parole from 5 parole hearings. The parolees are supervised by the unit's parole officers. The feedback provided at the most recent update is quite encouraging, as we are told that these individuals are reintegrating very well in the society. Mr. Speaker, the new Child Justice Act number 9 of 2018 governs how the unit deals with children in conflict with the law and has placed a greater responsibility on the resources of the Probation and Parole Services unit with respect to the probation officers. Probation officers are mandated by said law to deal exclusively with children in conflict with the law. As a result, it is the goal of the unit to put in place juvenile probation officers in order to meet this important mandate. The unit has a fundamental role in the implementation of the Child Justice Act number 9 of 2018 and therefore requires resources to be made available for successful implementation. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, Probation and Parole prepares pre-sentencing and social inquiry reports for all courts in St. Lucia. They also conduct mediation services, and in 2021, 284 mediation sessions were conducted, and 218 were resolved, while 66 were unresolved. Unresolved matters are again referred to the court's attention. It is my duty to continue to give the support possible to the unit throughout the financial year. Mr. Speaker, there are major concerns with vulnerable young people. There has been a recent increase in criminal activities in St. Lucia, and the majority of crimes are committed by the youth. These crimes include, but not limited to, theft, burglary, armed robbery, and murder, which are very serious and major crimes. Mr. Speaker, of tremendous concern is the average age of criminals is decreasing, and this phenomenon has reached an alarming level, requiring immediate attention. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Home Affairs, in an effort to strategize, has developed crime prevention measures, including a youth at risk program. This program seeks to provide better policies and schemes to engage the wider community, including families, non-governmental organizations, community groups, and law enforcement. The Youth at Risk program involves internal ministerial collaboration to pull together resources to address issues surrounding youth requiring care and protection, and those engaging in criminal activities. The government of St. Lucia will provide the necessary financial and technical support through this program in an effort to prevent and reduce youth engagement in crime. Through this effort, the overall objective is to divert youth from violence and illegal actions and to accommodate them in the youth economy to foster a more productive lifestyle void of criminal activities. The Youth at Risk program will therefore serve as a strategy for crime prevention and reduction. Mr. Speaker, crime fighting strategy, Youth at Risk services. This government has created a youth delinquency services program called the Youth at Risk Services within the Department of Home Affairs. The Youth at Risk Services is responsible for the delivery of support to youth at risk, the juvenile supervision. The Department of Home Affairs appointed an interministerial committee to inform of the programs and baskets of services to be delivered by these units. Currently, probation services supervise 12 young males, and in 2021, 28 males and 10 females were sentenced to probation. The Youth at Risk Service Unit will help augment the services of probation while assisting with care and protection, as well as support services to vulnerable youth. The goal is to make a meaningful contribution to youth at risk and to allow them a smooth transition into the youth economy, thus becoming productive members of society. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Home Affairs will reactivate the interagency framework to develop greater synergy among the security units in the department. With this entity, all the law enforcement agencies will work together to maximize resources for greater efficiency and to be more effective, especially in combating crime and maintaining law and order to make St. Lucia safe and peaceful, a society for all to live in harmony. Mr. Speaker, we move quickly to the Department of the Public Service. And the budget address on page 23 to 24, the Minister of Finance articulated clearly some of the new directions that the public service will be heading in and we have been involved in. The Department of the Public Service is the hub in the middle of the wheel and the heartbeat of government and good governance. This key department needs serious attention, and if it is not addressed, it will die through heart failure. Mr. Speaker, the Department of the Public Service is long awaiting major reform and modernization. From 2013, there has been a draft public service regulation and a public service management bill sitting around in the ministry. Mr. Speaker, we need to finalize this bill, these regulations, to give legitimacy to our plans for modernization that is in keeping with the government's commitment to deliver efficient and effective service to St. Lucians and the general public. Mr. Speaker, public sector modernization. Following on from its 2013 to 2018 National Information and Communication Technology Policy and Strategy, the government of St. Lucia continues its commitment to sustainable national development, leveraging digital technologies as an enabler. And I said, Mr. Speaker, from 2013, that was the vision of the St. Lucia Labour Party. Mr. Speaker, in the current St. Lucia Economic Recovery and Resilience Plan, moving from pandemic to recovery with collective action our government aims to stimulate St. Lucia's economy to ensure that our citizens are protected while supporting the survival and eventual future growth of our business sector. And I know my colleague in commerce will like that, because we have to work in harmony in government. Mr. Speaker, considering this response, the St. Lucia Digital Development Strategy seeks to articulate our approach to developing a digital St. Lucia, which will support capacity building amongst our citizens and society, businesses, and the public sector, which will in turn accelerate our move to a resilient, competitive digital economy, especially amongst our key economic sectors. Mr. Speaker, having reviewed our current digital landscape, it is recognized that we have made progress in our efforts to promote and create a digital economy. Progress can be seen by the implementation of a number of ICT-related projects, such as the Caribbean Regional Communications Infrastructure Program, the Digital Government Integrated Services Platform, DigiGov, and the World Bank-funded Caribbean Digital Transformation Project, Digital Caribbean. Mr. Speaker, in June 2020, we launched a Digital Government Integrated Service Platform, DigiGov project, which, as a strategic project, seeks to create a digital government by using ICT as a tool to integrate public sector processes with a view to improve services to citizens and businesses efficiently and safely, whilst reducing the overall cost of government's operation. Mr. Speaker, the project was designed around 3 components to develop: digital enabling environment, digital government infrastructure platforms and services, and digital skills and technology adoption. The platform is designed to enhance the provisioning of service delivery whilst maximizing the efficiency of government's data assets through the integration of government operation. ICT infrastructure and services. DigiGov forms part of a larger strategic ICT development agenda, the National ICT Policy and Sectoral Alignment Strategy, which puts into motion a vision for digital transformation and future state of public service delivery. It is developed to transform the interaction between government agencies with their constituents through data sharing across the public and private sector. Mr. Speaker, driving this modernization effort, it is the need to establish digital solutions and services that are easily accessible and more responsive to user needs. The deployment of DigiGov would facilitate and directly accelerate the country's development agenda. Aggregating 154 public service across 7 ministries and 13 agencies in a central online hub using a phased approach with a priority timeline stretching over 2 years, 2020 to 2022. Providing a robust platform that conforms to international standards and supports end-to-end services. Streamlining and integrating business processes to create greater public value. Supporting the establishment of a national authentication framework to facilitate digital identity management in accordance with relevant law. Mr. Speaker, to date, the introduction of DigiGov within the Division of Transport, Ministry of Health, and Civil Status Registry has led the way to modernizing government's digital governance through the delivery of online services, training, and the development of new capacities and skills. Since the launch of DigiGov, there has been over 40,000 transactions on the platform, with 37% of transactions emanating online. This has resulted in 1. Reduction of processing time for drivers-related services from 3 months to 10 business days within the Division of Transport. Insurance verification of COVID-19 digital vaccination certificate by the Ministry of Health. Availability of birth and death certificates online. During the height of COVID-19, the availability of these online services remained unaffected despite the scale down of operations at the Division of Transport. Mr. Speaker, Phase 3 of DigiGov is scheduled to be deployed in May 2022 and will focus on the services of the registry of companies and intellectual property. The successful rollout of the online business registry will allow individuals and businesses the convenience of conducting name searches, reservations, business registration, and application for a tax account and national insurance cooperation number, just to name a few. Mr. Speaker, of the DigiGov platform came at an opportune time to deal with some of the challenges and constraints imposed by COVID-19 pandemic. The realization of government's digital transformation will greatly enhance government's business continuity and capacity to provide, I said DigiGov, the concept of modernization started in 2013. 2013 it started. So there is nothing to gain, no cheap points on there. Mr. Speaker, the realization of government's digital transformation will greatly enhance government's businesses, continuity and capacity to provide the public with online services as a result of responses to COVID-19. This will be achieved through a cohesive approach with the adaptation and implementation of digital governance, infrastructure, legislation, and services across various sectors. Mr. Speaker, e-government current sets. Over the past years, the government of St. Lucia has made concrete efforts and commitments to leapfrog the development of critical ICT infrastructure and the maturity of its digital economy through its e-government agenda. In 2009, the government, recognizing the critical role of e-government in enhancing its governance and provisioning of public service delivery, announced the establishment of the Division of Public Service Modernization. As the centralized agency responsible for coordinating, managing, and monitoring all ICT initiatives, programs programs specified by National E-Government Agenda. Through the approval of National ICT Policy and Sectoral Strategy for 2013 to 2018, the Department of Public Service Modernization sought to catalyze the use of cutting-edge technologies, policies, and modernize the leg framework to lay the groundwork for the expansion of the digital ecosystem. And what I like about this, Mr. Speaker, I look at the starting date of 2013 when the Labour Party was in government. And you notice 2013, and we are in 2022. And when you look at the relay with Usain Bolt, you get a strong sprinter to start the race, and you get Bolt to end it. And the Labour Party is here to end the race. And that is why we are going to cross the line now. We started it and we'll finish it. Mr. Speaker, The establishment of the National ICT Policy, which was meant to improve quality of life of citizens and businesses, has been one of the primary catalysts for progressive improvements and growth in ICT development and utilization in St. Lucia. From 2013, as part of its strategic goal to invest in ICT as an enabler for sustainable development and to achieve equal access to public information, the government sought to increase access to broadband and ICT resources through the establishment of 8 community access centers in low internet penetration communities across St. Lucia. Yes. To expand on government's commitment to improving access to broadband, in 2016, GINet project was launched with an aim to augment the internet penetration by increasing access points to high-quality broadband through the deployment of over 60 Wi-Fi spots in 5 low internet penetration districts. To date, over 70 access points have been deployed in 6 communities, serving a combined population of over 20,000 residents. Mr. Speaker, in 2014, Labour Party was in power. The government of St. Lucia published its web portal, www.govt.lc, as the primary model medium to provide the public with information and downloadable forms of public services. Progressive. To provide an alternate channel to access government information and to strengthen its relationship with citizens, in 2014, the government also launched a contact center 311 toll-free to assist citizens and businesses in resolving issues of queries pertaining to public service. Further to this, the launch of St. Lucia's open data portal, www.data.government.lc, in 2015, and the establishment of an open data policy had made significant improvements in the availability of public data, boosted public sector performance through data sharing and collaboration, and has promoted an integrated and transparent government information to all stakeholders. Mr. Speaker, St. Lucia's ICT infrastructure has also seen progress over the past few years. Reports from International Telecommunication Union 2018 highlighted as increased modern penetration rates by 4% and mobile subscription by 5%, 185,000 subscription. And if Labour Party was in power for the last 5 years, that percentage would have been much higher, Mr. Speaker. In comparison to 2017, in 2018, telecommunication operations also report an increased capital spending in investment by 58%. Now you see where 49 million, representing the largest investment in small islands developing states, SIDS, and were largely due to the upgrade and expansion of long-term evolution network. The steady increase in the uptake of mobile service over the past years presented a unique opportunity for government to explore and use of mobile technologies to deliver services. Mr. Speaker, the public service has to constantly focus on training strategies that will continue to retool our citizens to keep them current and relevant. COVID-19 has taught us a very powerful lesson, and that is working remotely. For me, this is nothing new, as I have done this for over 20 years. Mr. Speaker, Organizational Development Division. Mr. Speaker, the Organizational Development Division is required to effectively manage organizational systems and structures and workings of public administration. It is also charged with the responsibility of overseeing and supporting strategic organizational development interventions within line agencies to enable continuous improvement in operations and service delivery. Achieving this mandate involves the use of scientific approaches to identify deficiencies in policies, systems, processes, and procedures, making recommendations for relevant interventions.
Member
providing
Babano, you
support-
have 15 minutes left.
Hello?
You have 15 minutes left.
Okay, 15 minutes left. Whose time will I borrow? Okay, Mr. Speaker, let me see. Yes, I need some time borrowed, Mr. Speaker. I will rely on my colleagues too, because I don't know department to say I didn't mention their department. Mr. Speaker, we look at the Labor Department, and as I mentioned, and the Prime Minister made reference on page 6 in his report, and I will read the little paragraph that excites me there. It says that the government stands on the shoulders of those leaders in their call for bread, freedom, and justice, which echoed in the halls of the trade union movement and gave birth in 1950 to the mother of all political parties in this country, the St. Lucia Labour Party. Unquote. Mr. Speaker, the Labour Department. I am pleased to say that, Mr. Speaker, that this budget speaks to the workers of this country. It is a budget that is friendly to workers. And when I heard the Honorable Prime Minister spoke about the waiver on vehicles up to $10,000 for traveling officers of the public service, that is a friendly clause, Mr. Speaker. I heard the Prime Minister in the budget spoke about ensuring that the promised salary increase to public servants has been paid, Mr. Speaker. That is a government that is friendly to workers. And when I see the Prime Minister spoke about, we will negotiate with the public servants, and then the budget in this address made a commitment to pay the majestic workers and the LIAC workers, Mr. Speaker. That is a government that is concerned about workers in St. Lucia. And Mr. Speaker, with regards to the Department of Labor, for too long, this department has been neglected and undermined. For too long, it seems that certain functions of society have had little to do. No regard for the Department of Labor. For too long, in some quarters, public perception of the Department of Labor has been nothing but insignificant. And for too long, the Department of Labor itself nurtured a culture that inspired aversion, distaste, and repulsion. Notwithstanding the above, it is evident that the department continues to play a pivotal role in the maintenance of a sound industrial relations climate in the country, a factor which lends towards productive workforce and allures investors. It is therefore apt and timely, Mr. Speaker, that the Department of Labor be given a new direction. It is now time to rebuild and restructure the Department of Labor and to make it one of the flagship departments of government, especially under a Labour Party government. With that in mind, Mr. Speaker, it is imperative that the department comes into sharp focus during the next government cycle. More so, it will be intuitive of the government to implement a program of modernization of the Department of Labor in keeping with its thrust of putting people first. This program should focus on embracing all workers and employers to improve the overall industrial relations climate and to reduce unemployment. With a new focus, the Department of Labor will be placed to ensure the following: decent work agenda for all workers in St. Lucia that incorporates normalized hours of work, overtime pay, sustainable wages, vacation, respect of workers and employers' rights, fair, livable wage, we're looking at the minimum wage, speedy resolution of industrial relation disputes, prosecution of individuals in violation of the Labor Act, and adherence of occupational safety and health standards. Mr. Speaker, there was a report done, an audit report done by the last administration of the Labor Department. And the findings of the report is very, very gloomy. And it calls for us to develop a strategic plan to guide the way forward and restructure the Labor Department. Mr. Speaker, the Labor Department has several units, and these units also have their own challenges. We are pleased that in this budget, government has put an allocation for us to purchase a unit to engage in occupational safety and health, because we have to go in the workplace and assess how these environments how these environments reflect good working standards. And without this equipment, it is impossible for the workers to go in the work environment and make a good assessment. We also have the work permit. The work permit unit has its challenges, and we have to strengthen that unit, because too many times we see people who request work permit, and we have people in St. Lucia who can do the work, and we do not have a system to verify whether the employers actually go through the right channel. If you try to get an employee from India and to drive, if it's a specialized vehicle that we don't have drivers here in St. Lucia, I can understand, Mr. Speaker, but not an ordinary driver coming all the way from India, depriving a St. Lucian of a little driving job. We cannot afford to allow that to happen. Mr. Speaker, as we move quickly to the employment unit, I need to let you know, Mr. Speaker, that yesterday morning at 7:30, I was on the airport at George F. Charles to see the first batch of women, Canadian seasonal farm workers, going to work in Canada. This is the first time we have had women recruited to work on the Canadian farm. And this is history made under the St. Lucia Labour Party. And I had a very good discussion with them. I encouraged them to be ambassadors for St. Lucia and make us proud so that they can open doors for other women. Mr. Speaker, as we move quickly, we have the minimum livable wage, which is spoken to in the budget, and the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance and Department of Labor, we will start engaging discussions in this area. And Mr. Speaker, there has been quite a few recommendations for the review of certain sections of the Labor Act. So that we will be revisiting and looking at it, and to see how we can make our employers and our workers happy by ensuring that they have regulations that are in keeping with labor laws. And as I mentioned, Mr. Speaker, we are also in the process of finalizing the occupational safety and health policy in the workplace, so all employers and employees can abide by this. Mr. Speaker, I do not want to forget gender affairs. Gender affairs has opened doors for St. Lucia. And I think the St. Lucia Labour Party government stands very well in the region. The Prime Minister and his team has been applauded as a government that is very progressive and very sensitive to gender. And that actually was clearly articulated after the passage of the Domestic Violence Act. Mr. Speaker, before 9 months, the Labour Party was able to deliver on this important regulation. And what has happened, Mr. Speaker, is that this act, this bill, dominated the St. Lucia media for 3 weeks. No news item stays for 3 weeks in St. Lucia as headline. And this remained headline news for 3 weeks. The Pajora letter too? Mr. Speaker, I need to commend the Prime Minister. And when I speak of the Prime Minister and his gender sensitivity, I said the only opportunity he had to make it happen was when he appointed his senators. I said the Prime Minister did show demonstration that he wants to see gender balance, and where he had that authority, he exercised it, and he exercised it well. and that he has been applauded in the region for that. And I carry the flag and hail him for that. Mr. Speaker, I look at this.
Babono, you have 5 minutes left.
Yes, with my 5 minutes, Mr. Speaker. I look at this budget, Mr. Speaker, and all I need to do as we implement the programs of this government is to ensure that we have disaggregated data. If we have disaggregated data, Mr. Speaker, we will see how many men and how many men are involved in all the government programs. And once we see that, we will see which gender is disadvantaged. In areas where we see fewer men, we have to improve that number. In areas where we see fewer women, we have to improve that number. And that is what we call gender sensitivity. Mr. Speaker, in the gender department, we have decided to engage in some major activities that will bring about gender sensitivity to government's program. One, we have established a women's parliamentary caucus that will examine government's programs, government's budget, and see how gender sensitive it is. There will be gender focal points in each ministry and each department. And we will ensure that there is gender mainstreaming in government's program. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to inform you that after the passage of the Domestic Violence Act, it has opened the door for St. Lucia. And the door that it has opened is one where there is a lot of resources coming to St. Lucia to engage in education and training for gender-based violence, for empowering women and men in business and in a number of areas. And I am saying that there are many laws that we have on our books that are archaic, they need to be reviewed, and the international community is looking at St. Lucia and see whether we are willing to do what they perceive or we consider to be the right thing for our citizens. And with this, Mr. Speaker, I need to let you know that we are working on empowering both men and women. We are securing the economic support to develop skills for men and women, and the gender department will have to be expanded because they have quite a bit of financial resources that are coming to the department, and we have to deliver. They will provide institutional support, financial support, and human resource support for St. Lucia. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, with this, we are well on our way. Mr. Speaker, since I have just 5 more minutes, and those who do not want to speak...
Actually, it's 2 minutes.
Oh, it's 2 minutes. I was adding upside down and inside out. Mr. Speaker, those who do not want to speak have not granted me the time. I will have to go on the road and do a town hall in Babono, like I see some people do, for me to finish the speech. But Mr. Speaker, since the Honorable Prime Minister ended his budget address with a biblical quote, I want to follow in the footsteps of great leaders. And Mr. Speaker, I will quote that one of my favorite words in the Psalms is, "The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? The Lord is the strength of my life. Whom shall I be afraid?" I had fainted unless I had believed to see the goodness of the Lord in the land of the living. Wait on the Lord, be of good courage, and he shall strengthen thy heart. Wait, I say, on the Lord. In conclusion, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the management and staff of the Department of the Public Service, Home Affairs, Labor, and Gender Affairs for their support. My permanent secretaries, my deputy permanent secretaries, heads of department, and all the employees in the ministry. They have been working extremely hard. And my job and the job of the government is to give them the support, give them the encouragement for them to continue. Mr. Speaker, the constituents of Babodo, I want to thank them for their tremendous support. I promised that once they made me their choice, I would be their voice. I told them, if you say my choice, my voice. Your choice, your voice. Our choice, our voice. Today, I will continue to be your voice in this House. Mr. Speaker, thank you for your patience and for listening. I rest my case.
Member for Swizzle Saltibus.
Just tell Sean, don't say nothing. Tell Sean, don't say nothing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. Mr. Speaker, as customary, I would like to thank the Supreme Being for giving me life and blessings, for being present today. I would like to thank my constituents for the continued confidence and the blessings and the well wishes. And of course, I would like to thank my family for recognizing the sacrifice it takes to be a parliamentary representative. Mr. Speaker, before I delve into my presentation, I think it is quite fitting, based on some news that I just received, and to congratulate the members of the Royal St. Lucia Police Force for making an arrest in the death of Yana Ogis. Mr. Speaker, I remember it's clear as day when I got the news. I was in Chouzet, and I remember driving down to Soufrière because I could not believe the pictures and the carnage that were represented over social media. So I'm extremely elated, and I want to thank the Royal St. Lucia Police Force for being persistent, and I wish them all the best in continuing to bring perpetrators to justice. I recognize, Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, that I hope you have the tenacity to be able to cool down those guys. Mr. Speaker, I recognize the Minister of Sports is not present, as I would have indicated to him that he misread the wicket as he came on this morning indicating, what he expected from his batters. And after 7 hours in the field, we are now 3 for 6. And I know following we have some heavy hitters coming, but the heavy hitters, their wickets are always exposed. And you would know that. So, Mr. Speaker, I am quite enjoying today's proceedings. Mr. Speaker, over the years, we have been amused by various names attached to budgets, particularly when one is in opposition. And my neighbor, my good friend from Labrie, is not here today because he's one who always amuses me with some of the names that he comes up with for the budget presentations. And I also love his presentations because it's always nice to see how high he goes and when he's cruising at various altitudes. But I wish him well because I understand he's not well, and a speedy recovery, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, after listening to the PM's budget, I have decided to coin this budget a budget mutty. A mutty budget. A mutty budget. Mr. Speaker, I intend to demutty this budget and present to St. Lucians the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Mr. Speaker, this government, while in opposition, and even now in government, has continued to feed the population with what we consider as half-truths, and have become well known in denying, rejecting something today, and accepting and embracing the same thing tomorrow. In essence, Mr. Speaker, what was not appropriate in opposition is now fitting in government. Mr. Speaker, one of the biggest half-truths was the government's campaign slogan of putting people first. Incidentally, Mr. Speaker, some research done on that slogan, and I recognize that Bill Clinton actually had a similar slogan during his time of his own campaign, and God help us that what Bill Clinton is famous for it is not presented here. Mr. Speaker, this slogan came with a number of promises. A number of promises that the people are still waiting for. Mr. Speaker, the question is, when we see the slogan is, which people are you putting first? Mr. Speaker, I wish to respond to some excerpts of the Prime Minister's address. And if you will recall, the government made a campaign promise, Mr. Speaker. One of my first excerpts, Mr. Speaker, the government made a promise to settle tax refunds of $5,000 and below. So you can imagine, Mr. Speaker, my shock when the Prime Minister indicated his instructions to Inland Revenue to settle all taxpayers owed less than $500. Mr. Speaker, any St. Lucian reading would believe that this was a typographical error. But the following page would reflect 600 checks, Mr. Speaker. I think that's page 53. Page 53. 53. 55. Yeah, 55. Thank you. 600 checks, Mr. Speaker, totaling $175,109.39, Mr. Speaker, which would mean that an average payout of $292, Mr. Speaker. Now, obviously, Mr. Speaker, I am very certain the recipients welcome the amount, especially in this season of increasing cost of living. But my colleagues on the other side were provoking me. Remember, for Dennery North and Castries South, they continued provoking me that as a government, we never paid any reimbursements, Mr. Speaker. So I wish to inform the members that for the past 5 years while we were in office, refunds totaled over $39 million. In fact, in 2020, our payout was $13 million. So, Mr. Speaker, this is nothing new. In fact, Mr. Speaker, inland revenues accounts are always replenished to meet the continuous payout. And in some cases, if people have various medical emergencies and medical cases, once they can prevent the documentation, inland revenue, Mr. Speaker, makes the payment. In fact, I've had to intervene and plead on behalf of some of my constituents while in office to encourage inland revenue to make some payments, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to turn to page 53, Mr. Speaker, to another campaign promise, Mr. Speaker, where the Prime Minister made a promise that he would waive income tax for workers earning up to $4,000 a month, $48,000 annually. He goes further to say, Mr. Speaker, that after reviewing the fiscal situation and the likelihood of higher interest rate occasioned by the changes in the global economic environment, his government has decided to defer the full implementation of this waiver of income tax, Mr. Speaker. And so now the amount is $2,083 monthly. If you get a salary, then you will not pay income tax. But, Mr. Speaker, the people in that bracket of 18,000, as it is right now, to 25,000, because of their tax codes, they barely pay any tax. So, in terms of the kind of relief that the Prime Minister is speaking of there, it's not evident, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I turn to page 64, Mr. Speaker, where the Prime Minister spoke to relief measures in the budget. And, Mr. Speaker, he begins, Mr. Speaker, allow me to summarize some of the measures we have taken to cushion the impact of rising fuel and food prices affecting our people. He goes further, one paragraph down. In formulating this budget, we have placed great emphasis on addressing the immediate and pressing needs of most St. Lucians. Throughout this statement, I have outlined some policy measures to bring immediate, again, relief to individuals, households, and companies. And for further clarity and emphasis, I will highlight these measures. And he lists 15 measures, Mr. Speaker. The first one, subsidizing cooking gas. And he spoke to the subsidizing the 20 and the 22-pound cylinder at a cost of $22. But, Mr. Speaker, that is nothing. That has been going on from time immemorial. In fact, when I pulled my records, in April 21, our subsidy on the 20 and 22 cylinder was $21. So you've just increased it by $1. So, Mr. Speaker, let's go on. Number 2, increase annual personal income tax from $18,000 to $25,000. Mr. Speaker,
They're reforming the Labor Department.
Mr. Speaker, this is going to take effect in 2023, and obviously the benefits.
Member Masuza, if you need protection, don't hesitate.
No, I will. It's okay. And the effect, Mr. Speaker, will accrue in 2024. So, how can the Prime Minister indicate that is an immediate measure? So that, Mr. Speaker, is another one of the half-truths. Number 3, Mr. Speaker, cushioning consumers from the full impact of rising fuel prices, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I must remind members and the St. Lucian public that a UWP administration maintained the 1395 ceiling. The Prime Minister could have done the same, Mr. Speaker, particularly when we look at some of the returning revenues that is coming in now. We have increasing revenues. He could have maintained that. And, Mr. Speaker, he went further to indicate that had you maintained the $2.50 and the $1.50, the $4, gas would have been $19.98, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Mr. Speaker, as a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, there were many times when we never got the 250, all we were getting was the 150, and we maintained the 1495. Correct. So, Mr. Speaker, the facts are there. The facts are there. You could go back to it, Mr. Speaker. Let's go to reducing personal income tax, Mr. Speaker. Reducing personal income tax, as I said earlier, you know, he indicated that and a lot of people fell for that you people earning $4,000 and less would not pay income tax. In fact, I remember one of the times when you mentioned that the leader of the opposition told you it was impossible. Prime Minister. Prime Minister, sorry, yes. Well, yeah. And you told him it was, you know, you said it was impossible. And he told you it was impossible, and it's coming to fruition today, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let's go to number 5. Prioritizing the payment of tax refund. As I indicated, Mr. Speaker, that is not new. The Inland Revenue Department has always provided refunds on a monthly basis, waiving interest and penalty charges on personal and company income taxes. Again, Mr. Speaker, we know that is not you. No. Waiving interest and penalty, it's not new. I said it's not new. But Inland Revenue has always been doing that whenever there's a need for inland revenue, whenever a need for revenue. No.
Everybody.
Mr. Speaker.
You're good friends now.
Mr. Speaker, number 5, prioritizing the payment of tax refunds to taxpayers. Again, as I said, Mr. Speaker, nothing new. But the government decided to go against what they had promised, and they reduced it to $500. Number 6, Mr. Speaker, well, I spoke about it, the waiving interest in it. Number 7, providing grants and soft loan funding for the youth economy. Mr. Speaker, and I spoke about it at our last sitting, Mr. Speaker. There's a $10 million that has been allocated, but 50% of that goes into admin costs, Mr. Speaker. 50%. Mm-hmm. So, Mr. Speaker, you know,
It's in your budget.
It's in your, it's listed in your thing.
You put it in your
Mr.
budget.
Speaker, number 8, providing grants and soft loans funding for micro, small, and medium-sized businesses. That's nothing new. Before we left office, SLDB had a similar program in place that where we actually gave them the seed money to do that, Mr. Speaker. Number 9, providing grants and soft loan funding for community-based tourism business. Mr. Speaker, I recall when the leader of the opposition at the time when he was Prime Minister and the Minister of Tourism Mr. Speaker, when they met with the President of CDF, Mr. Speaker, St. Lucian Regional, we all know him very well, and they were able to negotiate a $10 million, and that is the $10 million, Mr. Speaker, that is being used in the community-based tourism business. Now, what we had to do was to pass the bill, which was passed, which we're thankful for that it was not delayed. Obviously, you saw the benefits and the potential. You understand? So, because the people were fooled. The people were fooled, you know. No, but he provoked me. He provoked me. Don't provoke me. Extension, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, number 10. Funding for the creative industries, Carnival and Emancipation Day celebration, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these are our major festivals, and you're speaking to relief measures, Mr. Speaker? How is that a relief measure? Funding Carnival, funding Emancipation Day activity fund. How is that a relief measure, Mr. Speaker? In fact, Mr. Speaker, I was a bit disturbed. I did not, and I suspect it was just omitted. I'll give you credit for that. But you all did not include Creole Heritage Month, Junior Creole, where a significant amount of money should be going into that, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, while we're on the issue of, you know, the whole because I recognize there are some major plans to recognize Emancipation Day, Mr. Speaker. I want you to give me a minute, Mr. Speaker, just to speak on the whole Emancipation Day and the thinking and all of that, Mr. Speaker. Because, and I'm hoping on that day, Mr. Speaker, there's going to be a significant message to ask people to free themselves from the mental slavery. Free yourself from the mental slavery, because we have seen an increase in this pushing and pushing a racist card, Mr. Speaker. We need to get away from that mentality, because that has been dividing our country, you know, Mr. Speaker. That has divided our country. Don't tell me, I don't know about that. That's dividing our country. And you, as the Prime Minister, one of your priorities should be to promote peace. Promote peace. We need to promote peace in this country, because this thing is going to get out of hand, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, number 14, increased pay to public servants. Mr. Speaker, how can that be a relief measure when that was something that was negotiated for a payment, but the date was given for that? The date was given to pay that. I thought, when I saw that, I actually thought was another increase in payment you were giving civil servants, you know. I thought it was another payment to civil servants, Mr. Speaker, and we have to get credit, because for the first time it was negotiated under a freer term. Okay? So, Mr. Speaker, you know, and you know, subsidize the price of rice, sugar to consumers, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, my good friend, my mentor, I'll never take that away, Minister of Commerce, you know, she spoke about the increase in prices, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, when we were in office, you know, I'm not afraid to say it. She is. No, yeah. I'm not afraid, Mr. Speaker. We had subsidized a bag of flour up to $12. And during the pandemic, we added an additional $5 to $17 for 6 months for the bakers. In fact, that cost the government about $700,000, Mr. Speaker. So this is nothing new. This is a thing that we have done, Mr. Speaker. So, you know, when you talk about immediate relief, you know, people get the impression that it is something new, something innovative. But these are all things that have been practiced and have been in place, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, let's go on. Let's look at some of the things that we as a government did. In fact, Mr. Speaker, before I even go there, when you speak about assisting people, Mr. Speaker, when you speak about assisting people, Mr. Speaker, I want to go back to the Prime Minister's address when he was addressing the estimates, Mr. Speaker, and his words under taxes on international trade transactions. And I quote, Mr. Speaker, taxes on international trade custom duties are projected to increase by 13.15% to reach $236.4 million in 2022-2023, up from the revised estimates of $208.9 million in 2021-2022. This revenue category accounts for 19.28% of recurrent revenue of the total amount to be collected from taxes on international transactions. And so, Mr. Speaker, he goes there to speak to increases in revenue as a result of what is happening around the world now. And to me, Mr. Speaker, that is a simple problem solved right there. And the Minister of Commerce spoke to it this morning. She spoke about 5 different options or considerations that were being considered to help poor people, because she said the government is having a difficult time, you know, in addressing this high cost of living. This is a simple one there to try to address, bring in, for example, Mr. Speaker, the revenue collection to pre-COVID figures. So you have the options of charging the people on what the freight was before COVID. You're not going to lose, because by your own admission, you said that your revenue is going to be increased. So you're making money based on the world crisis, as a matter of fact. That's really what it is that's being done there, Mr. Speaker. And I remember, Mr. Speaker, you know, and that has been touted, you know, in the media. It has played all over the place, where we argue whether you actually said you would give people $1,500, or if when you're in government, you would pay $1,500. But now is the time, Mr. Speaker, with the increased revenue, with what you're getting, to provide the relief for the people, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I move on. Mr. Speaker, I move on. Page 61, Mr. Speaker. I'll be there. I do run. I don't run. That's one thing I don't do. I never run. Mr. Speaker, I'm seeking some clarity because there seems to be, to me, a conflict, a confusion in the Prime Minister's words. And page 61 under financing, second paragraph, the last line. The Prime Minister says, to avoid unnecessary spending wastage, a characteristic feature of the last administration, what he will do is to scale down on drawdowns on those concessionary loans. So I'm seeking clarity because the very next line he goes and he said, Mr. Speaker, I indicated previously, it is the policy of my government to, when possible, use concessionary finance to fund projects. So what is it? One hand you're saying you will use concessionary funds, and the other one, Mr. Speaker, through you, the other one you're saying you will scale back on drawdowns, Mr. Speaker. So I'm seeking clarity and I'm hoping you will respond, Mr. Speaker. No, later you'll answer me. You'll answer, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, what I'm suspecting, and I am, I'm hoping that I'm incorrect, is that we may just see the airport project change to a PPP. I'm hoping I'm wrong, Mr. Speaker. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I move to
Great mathematician.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to correct the Prime Minister. On page 58, the last paragraph, he said, Mr. Speaker, over the past 5 years, we have just been rolling over the Treasury bills and essentially treating them as long-term instruments. Mr. Speaker, that's not a feature of over the last 5 years. That has been something that has been happening for the longest while. So the Prime Minister is being disingenuous in that statement to try to constrict that to 5 years. That has been happening for the longest. You said over the last 5 years we have been rolling over the Treasury bills and treating them as long-term instruments. It's not over the past 5 years. No, but that has been happening. It has been happening. Mr. Speaker, I quickly, because time is, I have so much, Mr. Speaker, to speak about, time is going to run. So, and I know, the kind of pace you'll get in there, you'll not give me an additional time today. Okay. So, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to also, Mr. Speaker, set the record straight with a number of things that the Prime Minister said. Under page 12, Mr. Speaker, where in bullet forms he listed a number of things. 1, for the financial year April 2020 to March 2021, the economy contracted by 24.4%, the largest decline in the Eastern Caribbean Monetary Union and 6th in the world. But, Mr. Speaker, he failed to speak about the rebound. So, Mr. Speaker, St. Lucia's economy, which suffered the largest contraction, is now experiencing one of the largest recoveries in the region, between 5 to 8%, Mr. Speaker. Our economy has performed better in all aspects than projected. Mr. Speaker, and we said it in the last presentation, this recovery is not coincidental. It is actually as a direct result of the pro-recovery policies implemented by the last government, because we tried to balance the trade-off between saving lives and livelihoods. That is a reality that must be accepted in this House. The numbers do not support the notion of mismanagement, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the next one we need to speak about, Mr. Speaker, is payment due to local suppliers stood at $154 million. Yes, Mr. Speaker, but the priority then was to pay debt and make sure salaries were paid, Mr. Speaker. We had to have had that as a priority at the time, Mr. Speaker, because you will recall, Mr. Speaker, when we engaged the unions asking civil servants to give us a 3 months break. They said no, they wanted the money. So what would the government do, Mr. Speaker? Somebody had to suffer at the end of the day. Design finance contracts stood at $184.5 million, Mr. Speaker. These contracts were untendered contracts for road building, which are repayable within 5 years. That's a fact, Mr. Speaker. But during COVID, Mr. Speaker, a government had to make urgent decision, Mr. Speaker. And this thing about direct awards flashing it and seem to want to pin it on this administration, Mr. Speaker. The records over the years will show who has given most direct awards, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this one I really need to address, Mr. Speaker, because it has been bandied around, and I want the Prime Minister to take note of it. Unpaid land acquisitions of $60 million. And it throws that out there to make St. Lucian public believe that the administration of the UWP government acquired lands to the tune of $60 million, Mr. Speaker. During the last 5 years, Mr. Speaker, land acquisitions total about $25 million under this administration. In fact, Mr. Speaker, in that $60 million, the government owes people going all the way back to the 1980s, you know, Mr. Speaker. So that land acquisition where it's been bandied about $60 million and giving the St. Lucian public the impression that it is the United Workers' Party government who accumulated that is a false statement to be pushing out there, Mr. Speaker. The next one, monies owed to the University of the West Indies of $27 million. Mr. Prime Minister, when we came in, that was there. Through you, Mr. Speaker, when we came in at $27 million, don't give the impression that it is an accumulation of debt by the UWP government. Because when you put, that's disingenuous, you put in the false information out there. You know, Mr. Speaker.
But you left it there, so you had to find it.
Mr. Speaker.
What does the cabinet deal have to do with that? You're running away from that one? Who signed the University of West Indies deal? Okay, who signed it?
Mr. Speaker, there's another matter, Mr. Speaker. You know, another matter, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, brother. You have the contract, so you know.
Page 40, Mr. Speaker.
I didn't sign it.
Page 40. And Mr. Speaker, 40, page 40. And the government has continuously been what use the colloquial term, beating a dead horse. This thing about the laptop program, Mr. Speaker. The laptop program, Mr. Speaker, you know, it says, during our term in government from 2011 to 2016, we initiated the one laptop per child program, which was abruptly stopped by the last administration. I am pleased to report that we have reinstated the program and have distributed over 12,000 devices to students. This is in keeping with our promise of one laptop per child. Mr. Speaker, we don't dispute the importance in this era, particularly of the importance of information technology. But Mr. Speaker, the impression being given that this government, for no reason whatsoever, stopped the laptop program, Mr. Speaker. Because at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, what happened? Here what happened, Mr. Speaker? You gave, and this thing about giving every child a laptop is erroneous, Mr. Speaker. The laptops were identified from free students. So at the first time it started, Form 4 and Form 5 didn't get Form 3, and every time a child gets to Form 3, they get a laptop. That's what it was. And you did it for 2 years. Okay, you did it for 2. Well, you'll correct me when you get there. Yeah, you correct me. Okay? Mr. Speaker, we stopped the program because at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, you just give, in fact, I remember clearly, you know, them laptops, because these laptops were very branded. And I used to see them, these laptops by the beach, you know, people playing music in the hi-fis on the block. There was no sort of controls on these laptops, Mr. Speaker. There was no, because, Mr. Speaker, we felt there's something better that could be given to our children. Something better. And the e-books is 100 times better than a laptop. So if it's not, why have you continued with the learning devices? And as a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, you know, the Minister of Education said that the secondary school students were the priority, were where they were given the priority for secondary school students, Mr. Speaker. The economic and social review speaks to secondary school students. The population is about 10,000. About 10,000. Mr. Speaker, I know we provided 8,000 learning devices. Okay? So if our 8,000 is added to that 12,000, we're talking about $20,000. 20,000 laptops. I want to know if you'll give laptops to St. Vincent. Because, Mr. Speaker, based on what you're saying, but the truth, Mr. Speaker, is that in that 12,000, you have added our 8,000. Our 8,000. So we must not be, provisional with the truth. We must not be provisional with the truth, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to set the record straight, and we need to stop beating that dead horse. Let's move on. Let's move on with that, Mr. Speaker. That's a dead horse we're beating. We need to stop that. Mr. Speaker, I want to turn to page 49, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, through you, I want to give the Prime Minister a little advice. I'll get there. Mr. Speaker, I want to give the page 49. We speak about the cannabis regime development, Mr. Speaker. Cannabis, somebody will respond to it, not me. But Mr. Speaker, the green economy, the cannabis regime development. But let's go back to my point, Mr. Speaker, through you. I want to advise the Prime Minister. And one of the things he always says, boy, his father was a police, his mother was a teacher, and in that area is old school. So I suspect you're sort of conservative, and there's a stigma with regards to cannabis and Rasta. Because, Mr. Speaker, the picture you put up there, when you're speaking about ganja, was a Rasta man with a spliff in his mouth. And I think that is a wrong depiction of what a Rasta man is. When you're depicting a Rasta, you had a picture there of a Rasta man with a spliff in his mouth. There's so many positive. When you're doing your budget address, okay? When you're speaking about a Rasta man, there's so many positives. The Rasta man, the levity, the Rasta man. Why didn't you take a picture of the Rasta man in the temple praying? Okay? No, but that's a wrong picture to push for Rasta. I don't think the Rastas appreciate that. I don't think the Rastas appreciate that, Mr. Speaker. Okay? Because what you're doing, Mr. Speaker, is you're making people believe. What did I do in the temple? Why I did in the temple? I have been to the temple. I have been to the temple.
There are people who've gone to the temple.
I have been to the temple. But Mr. Speaker, my point, and I think you should take it in good faith. I think you should take it in good faith. We need to stop that negative perception that Rasta is about smoking weed. Okay? That is what I'm talking about. There's too many positives that could have been portrayed when you put a Rasta man picture on there. But Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, going back to the whole issue of the cannabis regime, before we left office, Mr. Speaker, the work was done. I don't know why we're rehashing it. Everything was there, and I believe it's time to begin the industry. Okay? I want to thank the Accountant General's Department. There are people inside there who are dedicated to that. I want to thank the legal officer in the Ministry of Commerce, very hardworking as it relates to the work that was done on that. Right? The document is 100 and something pages, Mr. Speaker, all ready to go. So let's stop this continuous stakeholder engagement, and because that has happened, that's just a duplication. Members opposite continuously speak about the kind of duplication and the wasting of money. Let's stop that. That work has been done already. Let's go forward, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to go to page 17. Page 17, Mr. Speaker, the Rodney Bay development. Rodney Bay development, Mr. Speaker. The Grosley Highway and Secondary Road Improvement Project, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have continuously heard, and the Prime Minister has said it, members opposite have said it on a number of times, that we have issued a contract, a direct contract. I think the figure has been bandied around is 16 million. 16 million. The Minister of Infrastructure can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's a figure that has been bandied around. And we continuously say we pay $16 million for 1 mile of road. That is again being the half-truth, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, the contract is for $15 million. The road is 1.3 kilometers. It includes 2 roundabouts, Mr. Speaker. It includes medium barriers, Mr. Speaker. It is a 4-lane road, Mr. Speaker. It has 1 walkover. It has sidewalks, both sides of the road, covered drains on both sides, lighting fixtures in the middle, remove all Lucia-like poles to the outside of the carriageway, Mr. Speaker, and design and supervision costs, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that is what the contract was, Mr. Speaker. That is what the contract was. Let's not talk about design because we both guilty of that. We both guilty of that. Let's not talk about design. Okay? So, Mr. Speaker, I have been in a previous life involved. While I may not have the technical expertise like my good friend here, the Minister of Social. I may not have the technical, but $15 million for what I have just mentioned there, Mr. Speaker, is a steal. It is a steal for what I have mentioned there. So if you're telling me this is not what the contract is, then let's produce the contract and show me the contract. Because if you're saying that this is not what the contract is about, Mr. Speaker, then, but this is what I know the contract was, Mr. Speaker. So let's think, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let's move because, you know, when you're having fun, time is flying. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, let's move to page 18. Page 18, Mr. Speaker. The John Compton Rehabilitation Dam, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the John Compton Dam. Mr. Speaker, through you, I want to let the Prime Minister know somebody's trying to embarrass him. Somebody's trying to embarrass him. But for the Prime Minister to say that the machine never worked, Mr. Speaker, that is not just that's a bold-faced lie, Mr. Speaker. We have videos of the machine working, and if you want, Mr. Speaker, I can send them to you. And to say that we are not able to get the vendor, that's not true, Mr. Speaker. That's not true, Mr. Speaker. You know, politics is something else. You know, when I made this statement, and the member for Beaufort South told me, "Boy, you must not say politics." I continue to call myself a parliamentary rep because the politics, Mr. Speaker. Remind me, Mr. Speaker. No, you know, Mr. Speaker, if you allow gambling in the hall, we can make a wager, you know, where I can show you the machine working and drying it, you know.
3 months.
So, Mr. Speaker, let's move, Mr. Speaker. Let's move on. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
That's never worked?
Let's move to page.
It never worked? That's your last bid? That's the difference in did not work, you know. Which one is it? It didn't do the work or it wasn't working?
Mr. Speaker, let's move to 33.
Which one is it?
The Prime Minister spoke to the negative growth in the livestock industry. Speaking about page 33, and he blamed the last administration for the DSH and the cattle being removed. But Mr. Speaker, I want to say something. The first time cattle farmers, because what was happening in that area was communal farming. And I'm more qualified to speak on Beaufort, you know, because I worked Beaufort for 15 years. Okay? 15 years, and I have a lot of intimate relationships with people. So, and that is not to follow you. That is not true, Mr. Speaker. The first time the cattle communal farmers were displaced in Beaufort, I remember very well, in the Cocodan area, where there were lots of farmers doing the cattle farming and stuff like that. The first time they were displaced was when land was sold in that area, okay, for an extension of the Beaufort town, okay? Albeit whether it was good or bad, but it had to stop because I think based on IATA guidelines, they did not want any buildings to go up there, and the project was abandoned. That was one of the first times when cattle farmers got disenchanted, Mr. Speaker. So to speak, and in fact, Mr. Speaker, Invest and Lucia has had to fence off a significant portion in the same Cocodan area to bring back the cattle farmers from Beausejour, but they have been advised not to go there. They have been advised not to go there, and I'm sure, if there's clarity to that, there are people here who can clarify that when the time comes to speak. Sorry? Yeah, they're going back there. That's what I'm telling you. But they were advised not to go by somebody who advised them. Somebody advised them not to go. But I guess they'll go now. Mr. Speaker, the member from Dennery South, he spoke to the new location in Volette, Mr. Speaker, and in fact, there was a meeting held with the pig farmers representative, and they were okay with the new location, Mr. Speaker. So unless something has happened between now and then, okay. But what was happening, we were moving people from a 30-acre in Vieux-Fort Beausejour to 100 acres, Mr. Speaker. And what was happening, we were going to use that area for not just housing animals, but it was going to be a research area for livestock and crops. There was going to be a demonstration site for improved technologies, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, there seems to have been quite a bit of insight, but the work has to be done because government is supposed to be continuing. So the work has to be done now by the current Minister of Agriculture to take it forward. To take it forward, Mr. Speaker. And on that same vein, Mr. Speaker, as we're on agriculture, I want to touch briefly on the whole issue of the fisheries complex, Mr. Speaker. Somebody made a statement, I think it was the Prime Minister, who said that we did not meet promises to the new owner of the and that is not true, Mr. Speaker. There were a number of things that we did, and I have a list, Mr. Speaker. We waived rental fees for the complex. We assisted in paying outstanding bills, Mr. Speaker. And the only commitment, Mr. Speaker, that the government made, that the government did not agree to, was purchasing fish for the school feeding program, because at the time COVID was in the air, school was closed, Mr. Speaker, and we couldn't commit to amounts based on the fact that we didn't know what was happening. But we did purchase fish. We did purchase fish for the food support program, Mr. Speaker.
There was no school. They're going to buy food for the kids.
Mr. Speaker, I want to speak to on page. Page 22, Mr. Speaker. Page 22, St. Jude's Hospital, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, I am not in a position to say who wrong, who right on St. Jude's Hospital. What I am preaching here today, Mr. Speaker, is
Member
that...
of the Suez all of us, you have 15 minutes left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I am pushing here today, Mr. Speaker, is that St. Jude's needs to be given attention, Mr. Speaker. Not because the building was built by a UWP administration for it to slide the building, Mr. Prime Minister. Slide. Yeah, COVID was for 2 years, Mr. Speaker. But the audit, Mr. Speaker, there's an audit that is in the Prime Minister's office, an audit in the Prime Minister's office, listing the defects of the original structure, Mr. Speaker. And you telling me, Mr. Speaker, what, you don't have the audit? Are you saying you don't have the audit? Is that what you're saying? You have it, and it does not list the defects? It doesn't list the defects, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. No. It's in the Prime Minister's office. You can get it. Mr. Speaker. I can. Mr. Speaker, some of the inefficiencies and design considerations of the old building. Several buildings located in the area on site where their functionality appears to not have been considered. And he lists the morgue, volunteer facilities, ambulance, and monitoring billing. Cases in the West Wing where the sizing of the corridors significantly below the recommended minimum size. Mr. Speaker, many of the newer buildings and structures are not adequately zoned in areas that would accommodate future expansion as the needs and capacity of the hospital increase. Future works may be very disruptive and costly, Mr. Speaker. I will make it a document of the House. I said, I'll make it. Okay? Found to be, and Mr. Speaker, I think this is the one that really intrigued me, because we know St. Jude's was destroyed by a fire. Yet still there were so many fire code violations in that new building that you'll refurbish. Several fire code violations where they tell you people could be trapped, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, my point is the new building is a futuristic building, Mr. Speaker, and I think, I mean, Mr. Speaker, let's not play politics. Let's stop playing the politics that. Let's give the people in Vieux Fort their hospitals. No, I'm not playing politics. We want to help, because at the end of the day, all of us, most of us, because I don't everybody business. Most of y'all, including me, we have medical insurance. And if something happens, Mr. Speaker, we don't necessarily, depending on the case, Mr. Speaker, we don't necessarily, when people say, Shasne, going overseas, all of us who have had certain situations, we can seek medical attention elsewhere. But the people, Mr. Speaker, in the South who cannot afford it, Mr. Speaker, let us give the people an upgraded facility, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if you want to name it PJP Hospital, let's do it. But if it's a legacy of UWP, you all want to say by taking the new facility, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move on. Because I want. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak on the issue of ensuring security and promoting justice, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister made an assessment that citizen safety and security is at the core of the nation's prosperity. Of course, Mr. Speaker, as an opposition party, we are concerned about the rising levels of crime and violence.
Members. Member for Miku South, member for Castries Southeast. Please, proceed, member for yourself.
Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, we too are concerned about the rising levels of crime and violence. And we believe, Mr. Speaker, that this administration is not taking the lead, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, we are nurturing a culture of lawlessness in this island. We disregard laws, Mr. Speaker. We absolve people for the consequence of breaking the laws, and we compromise the integrity of key institutions, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, no amount of work on upgrading police stations and prisons or establishing halls of justice or even reducing the backlog of cases will be successful if we do not create a culture of intolerance to criminality, Mr. Speaker. From the smallest office, from the smallest act to the largest, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we at this level, Mr. Speaker, we must start with ourselves, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister champions himself as, the Prime Minister who will fight against corruption. And I support you on that. All of us should be champions of corruption, Mr. Speaker. All of us, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I welcome, as a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, he continues to speak about a special prosecutor, and I welcome that. I welcome the special prosecutor, Mr. Speaker, because, Mr. Speaker, and I have said it, I said it to members of my party when we were in government, that I understand why the opposition attacks you all, and attacks you all in certain ways, because you continue to provide this kind of jabs and pricking the opposition then, Mr. Speaker. But I said, any one of you all who are found guilty or culpable of breaking the law, I will be the first one to come down on top of you all, Mr. Speaker. And we need to stop this thing of pushing this whole corruption thing without basis, Mr. Speaker. Let us get the evidence. Let us prosecute people if people are guilty, Mr. Speaker. Let us just pushing it around to make the population, have an issue of hatred to people without reason, without basis, Mr. Speaker. We must stop that. I think we need to start pushing the whole issue of peace, Mr. Speaker. No, but you can tell me. You tell me wait. You tell me wait. You tell me you're just in government for 9 months. But Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister would know from day one.
Always will come.
Mr. Speaker.
But what's in front of you, you won't take on. Huh? What's in front of you, you won't take on.
Mr. Speaker, I want to take the next couple of minutes, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo. Oh, bravo. Bravo. Yeah, man. Absolutely. Huh? And when you lost last time, what happened? And when you lost last time, what happened?
Mr. Speaker, I think you should intervene. Just to intervene.
Members, please. The member for Suzel is seeking the protection of the chair, and he will get it. So please let him allow him to finish.
Mr. Speaker, as I round up,
rest assured, member, you will get the additional 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, as I close my presentation, Mr. Speaker, I just because the member for Soufrière, Fonse Jacques, and the Minister of Commerce, she spoke about the considerations and the options available to help people. I want to speak to what we did as a government to stimulate the economy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, provision of US $3.1 million repurposed from the Climate Adaptation Financing Facility of the World Bank funded the VRP to provide blended loan grant assistance ranging from $5,000 to $25,000 to micro and small enterprises with a focus on food security and digital technologies. This will be provided through the St. Lucia Development Bank and will benefit between 1,200 and 1,500 enterprises. Provision of low-cost financing to meet working capital requirements of SMEs affected by COVID-19. This will be administered by the St. Lucia Development Bank, and an allocation of $5 million has been made towards this initiative, which is expected to benefit 350 people. A 50% waiver of commercial property taxes for the period 2019 or 2020 to landlords who extended moratoriums of a minimum of 20% of monthly rental charges for a period of 3 months, covering either April to June or July to September 2020. Along with a tax deduction to landlords of 20% of the monthly rental value for a period of 6 months. Allocation of EC 3.5 million to support a waiver of taxes on interest earnings of financial institutions from loans to micro enterprises. The intention of this initiative is to encourage our financial institutions to provide needed capital to small and micro enterprises through approved financial products for a period of 3 years commencing July 2020. We also provided 500,000 EC dollars to Bell Fund to capitalize this institution to respond to the needs of the micro business sector. Provision of inputs and related items to the agricultural sector to stimulate domestic demand and strengthen food security. A sum of EC $7.96 million has been allocated to this initiative. Continued financing of major projects, Mr. Speaker. We know the projects, the airport, St. Jude's, West Coast Road, which is long overdue, Mr. Speaker. The Beaufort Water Development Project, disaster vulnerability projects, Mr. Speaker. Through implementation of these capital projects, a total
Remember, you have 5 minutes left.
396 million will be spent, and between 1,500 and 2,000 jobs will be created, providing much needed employment to persons who have lost their jobs and stimulating the domestic economy. We also, Mr. Speaker, through strengthening our social protection systems, provided payment of EC $75 credit monthly for 6 months to electricity bills for up to 3,416 eligible beneficiaries. Expansion of the public assistance cash transfer programs from 2,600 households to 3,600 households. Increasing the child disability grant from $200 to $300. increasing the grant for persons living with HIV from $100 to $200, provision of COVID-19 hygiene care packages for the poor and vulnerable, increasing the grant for children in foster care from $200 to $300, Mr. Speaker. So this is a government with action, Mr. Speaker, and it is not about, talking about pie in the sky ideas, Mr. Speaker. This is deliverables, Mr. Speaker, that has been delivered, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with regards to my constituency, Choiseul Saltibus, I was extremely grateful that the Prime Minister has agreed to continue with the OECS Tourism Competitiveness Project to enhance the Choiseul Craft Center. The intention was to make that site a heritage stop, Mr. Speaker. And more importantly, Mr. Speaker, we must remember that we had already started the negotiations with the Japanese government to build a jetty in Choiseul. Because, Mr. Speaker, Choiseul is the furthest place. Either you pass West Coast or East Coast. And, Mr. Speaker, many people cannot take the drive. And we felt at the time one of the areas to increase economic activity in Choiseul was to get back our jetty up and running, Mr. Speaker. And that has started in terms of discussions with the Japanese government, Mr. Speaker, and we're hoping that the government will pursue. But I'm happy you mentioned the floating thing. But one of the we need to be very careful. No, we need to be very careful. Grant funds from friendly governments is getting more difficult, and the kind of pressure. Maybe a good thing they can't understand the Creole, but they have interpreters. We're putting on the Japanese government because of a gift they give us. I think we need to be very careful in some of the things we say, Mr. Speaker. Is how we do these things, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, work has commenced on the Roblo and PI Community Center, Mr. Speaker. I did not hear any indication on the PI Bridge. I'm hoping the Minister for Infrastructure will tell us where we are with that, Mr. Speaker. I recognize there's no allocation for any road works in the community, Mr. Speaker. I'm hoping, Mr. Speaker, that some sort of reallocation will be made to provide us with some assistance, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot more that I had there, but time does not permit, Mr. Speaker, but I'm sure I'll get the opportunity again to continue to speak to the people of St. Lucia, in particular, my constituency, Choiseul Saltibus, Mr. Speaker. But as I indicated, Mr. Speaker, I think this budget does not stimulate me, and I'm sure it does not stimulate a lot of people in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that is one of the reasons why I did coin the budget a budget much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Budget. A budget matter. My brother, do not interfere with me. Please be alone. All right. And again, a budget matter.
The member for Dennery North.
Correct. For you could never speak at chieftain. Stand up and speak now.
Members, please. Who speaks here is dictated by the standing orders. Now stop this. I am not going to speak in this again. Please. Proceed, member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, permit me to express condolences to a constituent of mine who passed a few days ago. He went by the name Icob of Olio Despin. Mr. Speaker, in the last couple of months, I have lost quite a few constituents, some who supported me, some who did not support me. But the one thing I know is that the pain and grief that accompanies the loss of a loved one knows no politics. But it has been particularly painful, Mr. Speaker, for me having buried key soldiers or supporters of the Labour Party in recent weeks and recent months. And whilst quite a few have met their demise, I must single out for special mention Warner of Ulio, Gilroy of Denny Riviere and Lakai, and Gills, otherwise known as Ashton, from Gadet. Mr. Speaker, it is a tall order and a very, very big ask to follow the members on the government side who have gone before me in this debate. They all delivered with a passion and enthusiasm that explained to me today why they were able to topple their opponents, all of whom had falsely and foolishly ascribed airs of invincibility to themselves. Mr. Speaker, it is yet another honor. It is a privilege. And it is with much humility that I have once again emerged from the banana fields of the Mabuya Valley to take my place in this honorable house to contribute to one of the most anticipated debates in the life of our parliament, the debate on the Appropriation Bill, otherwise known as the budget debate. With this being the first budget debate, Mr. Speaker, since the last general election for me, I must admit that I'm happy to be back. I have contested 3 general elections, and with the help of my constituents and party colleagues, I have been successful on all 3 occasions. And so, Mr. Speaker, I will crave your indulgence and that of members. And I know, Mr. Speaker, you'll grant me the latitude because you possess formidable presiding qualities that have set you apart from your peers, not just in the region, but hemispherically. Mr. Speaker, I am back, not on my own volition, but I'm here at the behest of the people of Denry North. Mr. Speaker, it was the people of Grand Riviere and the smaller pockets, Dubonnet, Montpanache, Fournier, Thamazo, Alemon. They were the ones who came out early on election day, some drenched by the early election morning deluge, to put an end to the reign of an administration that had waged war on their parliamentary rep, their community, and by extension, their country. It was the people of Richford, New Village, La Belleville, Grand Ravine, Montpaille, who stood firm once again, Mr. Speaker, like the immovable rock that they have been for decades, to ensure that the Alan Chasney-led UWP was sent packing. Mr. Speaker, Denny Riviere, with its sub-communities of Austin Hill, Belmont, Babawa, and Fomawicent, has been home from birth till today. I'm a proud product of Denny Riviere and the Mabuya Valley. And my politics, Mr. Speaker, in my hometown rest well with the adage, there is no place like home. In 2001 and 2006, the UWP captured the Denry North seat in successive elections. And on both occasions, Mr. Speaker, Denny Riviere escaped the grasp of the St. Lucia Labour Party. Very influential polling division they were able to capture in back-to-back elections. But Mr. Speaker, in 2011, when I came in, notwithstanding that they had won Denny Riviere on 2 previous occasions, I won in every single box. And from 2011 till today, the United Workers' Party has failed to win a single box in Denny Riviere. And if the member for Castries East, Mr. Speaker, tomorrow, next week, next year, or in 4 years' time decides that he's going to call general elections, you can rest assured every single box in Denny Riviere will return to the St. Lucia Labour Party. In polling division 4, Mr. Speaker, Garnet Larisus Lapel, where the United Workers' Party has always done well. We did not win the division. And notwithstanding the candidate who contested against me this time around was from that polling division, the St. Lucia Labour Party recorded its highest number of votes ever in that particular polling division. And Mr. Speaker, I remember on election day, a bus driver giving his mid-morning update to a small crowd in Gardet said in Creole, Ferraka lead past sets of vote. And you should have seen the celebration that it sparked, Mr. Speaker. Espoir mal papai. And so, Mr. Speaker, we move to polling division 5, and final polling division in Denry North, Oleon. In 2011, Mr. Speaker, the St. Lucia Labour Party trailed in Oleon by 28 votes in a contest between Sean Edward and Andy Daniel. In 2016, in a contest between Sean Edward and Jimmy Henry, the St. Lucia Labour Party trailed by 8 votes. Mr. Speaker, in 2021, in a contest between Sean Edward and Angelina Polius, the UWP fortress fell. For the first time since adult suffrage, the St. Lucia Labour Party won in Oleon polling division 5. And Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding that I've won my seat on 3 different occasions, it is the Prime Minister who determines the composition of his cabinet. And it does not matter how many votes you won by, or how many times you've won the seat, Mr. Speaker, you are in the cabinet at the behest of the Prime Minister. And so today I must thank the member for Castries East and Prime Minister, firstly for including me in his cabinet, and secondly for entrusting me with ministerial portfolios that are pivotal in the broad scheme of national development. Mr. Speaker, I stood in this honorable house roughly a year and a few months ago. Mr. Speaker, despite the marginalization, the denial of state resources, the personal attacks, the ridicule in this very chamber, Mr. Speaker, and the vicious onslaught on my character, I forewarned that after the general election and the votes are tallied, everything in Denry North would have been encapsulated in a single, unambiguous refrain, Sean again. And today, Mr. Speaker, I stand here, having been sent by the people of Denry North after my 3rd election. AP, that's it. Mr. Speaker, the last election campaign was easily the nastiest. It was vile. It was disgusting. The onslaught on my character was lethal. The residual effects of which you can still find on social media, Mr. Speaker. The diatribe is still there on Facebook for those who have the time and the courage, Mr. Speaker, to even revisit it a whole year after we've had general elections. You should have seen grown men and women, Mr. Speaker, took turns night after night after night with one objective: to break me and my team. Mr. Speaker, there's one who has made a pretty good contribution to community development. He could not resist the temptation to descend into the gutter to try and score points for his party in an attempt to win the general election. But Mr. Speaker, all the tips have been downloaded, and I'm sure in due time, history will have use for them. Mr. Speaker, I want to respond to a few things that were said by the member for Choiseul. He said that he has coined, or he refers to this budget as a budget multi. And just to make sure that everybody in here, Mr. Speaker, every single one, can understand what he means by budget multi or multi-budget, he's saying that the contents of this budget put together, this budget is a lie. Mr. Speaker, it is not this budget presented by the member for Castries East that promised that 4,000 young St. Lucians would have been gaining employment on cruise ships. It wasn't this budget that presented here today, Mr. Speaker, that promised this House and by extension the people of St. Lucia that we were going to export bananas to France. It wasn't this budget and it wasn't in this presentation that the people of St. Lucia were told that in 1 year they would have seen the construction of 5, 6, and 7 hotels. It wasn't this budget presentation that spoke to building a new St. Lucia at a time when opposition parliamentarians were being starved of state resources. It wasn't in this budget presentation, Mr. Speaker, we were told that St. Lucia would have gotten $2 billion worth of investment in 1 year. So what is he talking about when he wants to refer to the budget as budget money? Mr. Speaker, he challenged whether we were putting the people first. We were not the ones, Mr. Speaker, who stopped St. Jude's Hospital while a few feet away, night and day, different work crews were working, Mr. Speaker, to prepare a facility for horses. They were not putting people first. And Mr. Speaker, today he assumed the posture of being an advocate and spokesman for the Rasta man. Mr. Speaker, I have sat on the opposition bench, and there are times it can be pretty difficult and even lonely. And today I could well understand why the member was so incoherent, uninspiring, lame in his presentation, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the people whom he represents. Mr. Speaker, he chided us and wanted to provide advice on St. Jude. When the government that he was a part of assumed office, Mr. Speaker, for 3 consecutive years, they halted, they stopped, they discontinued work on St. Jude Hospital. But today he comes here out of convenience and he wants to advise on St. Jude, Mr. Speaker. Where was he? At the time, nothing was happening at St. Jude. And grass was overgrowing the place, Mr. Speaker. Night and day, you had tractors, graders, and workmen on a site mere feet away preparing for horses. He said nothing, Mr. Speaker. But today, he comes into the parliament. And he wasn't even sure today, as he would have done in times past, whether he was a politician or he wasn't a politician.
Point of order, Speaker.
What's the point of order?
Speaker, the member is misleading in public, Mr. Speaker.
You just that.
He's misleading the public because, Mr. Speaker, he's giving the impression that the work that was happening in a private capacity had anything to do with government.
Where are you going to do that? Answer down.
Please proceed, ma'am.
Thank you. Who built the road?
Exactly.
Who built the diversion? Free, Mr. Speaker. Who built the diversion to facilitate the horse racing facility? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the House, and by extension the people of St. Lucia, at home and in the diaspora, were treated on Tuesday evening to a suite of policies, Mr. Speaker, that put people first. We were presented with a budget, Mr. Speaker, that is suited for the times. A budget that is people-centered. A budget that inspires hope and confidence at a time when the country badly needs it. Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday night, we witnessed yet another demonstration of the qualities of a man who is experienced, who's understanding of the issues as they prevail in this country today. It was a presentation by a Prime Minister who puts people first. A Prime Minister who understands the plight of ordinary people. A caring Prime Minister and a compassionate Prime Minister. A Prime Minister who will never, irrespective, Mr. Speaker, of how irate he might be about the situation, he will never refer to the people of St. Lucia as jackasses. A Prime Minister who respects the masses. a Prime Minister who can identify with his people. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, people who have been given opportunities to speak and challenge the policies, they take to social media and they are afraid to contribute in the House that they were elected to go and contribute. The Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, by his own admission, has stated before that he is not a showman. He is not into showmanship. What you see is what you get. And Mr. Speaker, oftentimes, his unassuming, humble, and modest disposition is misinterpreted to mean that he is weak and he does not know what he is doing. I have full confidence in this Prime Minister. I have full confidence in the policies that he has presented. Mr. Speaker, before I move to the policy areas for which I have ministerial responsibility, I would like to visit some other areas in the budget that are of critical national importance and also resonate with the constituency which I represent. Mr. Speaker, let us turn our attention to page 46 of the budget address, the Constituency Development Program, the CDP. Mr. Speaker, we've been allocated $28.5 million this year for CDP. I sat on the opposition benches for 5 years. I was dragged into a 6th year, Mr. Speaker, because the member from Mikud South was afraid to call the elections. And during the 5 years, Mr. Speaker, he allocated no resources to opposition parliamentarians so that we could have undertaken programs and projects in our constituencies under the CDP. Not a bag of cement was procured. Not a drain was built. Not a footpath. Not a road. Not a culvert. Not a slab. Not a single retreating wall, Mr. Speaker. And today, by association, the member for Choiseul shamelessly would stand here, Mr. Speaker, and challenge this government. And I sit in the cabinet on a Monday, and we talk about CDP allocations. And at every opportunity, the Prime Minister has made it a point that not only will he allocate resources to the 15 constituencies represented by those of us in cabinet, but that the member from Mikud South and member for Choiseul will get their fair share. And then they come and he spoke about building a new St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. What did we have in Denrinoff when CDP monies were being distributed, Mr. Speaker? A candidate posturing as if she had already won. She had access to state resources, Mr. Speaker. And you know what they were attempting to do, Mr. Speaker? They were trying, Mr. Speaker, to vegle people. They were trying, Mr. Speaker. You have all the time in the world to speak. Put on your mic. I'll concede my time to you. Put on your mic and speak. Yes. You can only speak from your chair. Through you, Mr. Speaker. Make noise like a cheerleader from your chair. Mr. Speaker, you know what the objective was? Starve me and my colleagues of resources, thinking that that would have given them an advantage at the polls. The people of Denrinoff, like the people of St. Lucia, are not as gullible as you think. And that is why they dealt with you. And Mr. Speaker, foolishly, somebody advised the member from Mikud South that he should go into Olio to test the waters, because Olio has been a fortress of the UWP. Mr. Speaker, what waited for him at Olio and what was dished out, Mr. Speaker, I am sure will be etched in his political memory for a lifetime. Yes. And he went to Bacatel too. But I will leave that Bacatel story for others to tell. Mr. Speaker, that was the level of vindictiveness that we were subjected to as opposition parliamentarians. You can come and in the first year say that you're taking care of the members of your party. The second year, you can begin to consult us. And maybe by the third year, you can begin to trickle down resources to us. 5 years dragged us into a 6th year. Not a single penny was allocated to any one of us to do work in our constituencies. And today you have the guts and the courage to stand here. You were not here previous 5 years. Speak for the time that you were here. And today you want to come and associate yourself with that? You should be ashamed of yourself in much the same way you think that the budget is a budget money. That's true. Shame on you. Yes, Mr. Speaker, the Larissus playing field, that was the best community facility in the country. But because the people of Denrinoff voted in the majority for me and the Labour Party for 5 years, no surface dressing, no attention paid to that facility. But I'm happy. And today I stand here vindicated, and I can say to my people that you should expect a lot from this budget based on the pronouncements that have been made by the minister responsible for sports and the member for Cruising. Nowhere else in St. Lucia can you get a stronger pulse for sports in this country, Mr. Speaker, than at the Larissos playing field when we are in our element. But they tried to cut that out. Don't give anything to Sean Edward in Denrinoff, and that will give them an advantage. That is what they thought, Mr. Speaker. But I can say today, Mr. Speaker, I will need your protection from the former Prime Minister and member for Vieux-Fort South, because he's reminding me that Vieux-Fort defeated the Mabuya Valley in the final of a soccer-rama, Mr. Speaker, and not a competition. But, Mr. Speaker, I am hopeful and I am confident that we are going to deliver to the people of St. Lucia. On page 41, the Prime Minister spoke about bananas. And Mr. Speaker, I must admit that anytime we discuss, or I discuss bananas in this particular chamber, there's a particular MP who's not here today because there was a voice in Babonu that was listened to, and the people voted for the individual, and that is why she's here today. Mr. Speaker, we are on the verge of exporting bananas to the UK once again. We are making use of the regional markets that are available to us. Mr. Speaker, the banana industry will never, ever return to what we saw in the 1980s and the 1990s. But I'm happy, and I am consoled, Mr. Speaker, to hear that approximately 6,500 boxes are being shipped regionally. Mr. Speaker, about this encore, where do you go, sir? That commune qui a représenté un commune qui a planté fig. That qui a go plaisir pour ouais. That c'est maintenant qui a venir, nous allons commencer à voir fig l'Angleterre encore. Et pendant que nous allons faire ça, Mr. Speaker, nous allons voir fig qui a été récolté, qui a été fait en 1980. Mais nous allons ni en situation en industrie fig là, comme monde qui style en dingue, Mr. Speaker, nous allons travailler pour eux. Et puis, bayo force, bayo sayo bousin, matoyo, et puis tout l'autre sayo bousin pour weki, that ça continue. Because là, il y a pile monde un jour qu'aujourd'hui, en Constituency, et puis ça nous a créé Rural St. Lucia, qui a still dépend en $10 l'Afrique là, pour payer bills yo, voyer sur l'école, et puis garder compte yo, et puis famille yo. Et c'est ça, le monde pas veut comprendre. Nous pas venir ici avec des monde, that nous ni market en France, because nous voulons gagner l'élection. Nous pas parler de monde la vérité, et nous dire ça nous a fait. Et que les situations pas bon, nous allons garder cette liste en zéro, et dire que c'est difficile, mais nous allons faire qu'on nous paie. But we will never come here and give people false hope. We will not come here and take advantage of farmers. We will not come here and make pronouncements because they are convenient sound bites on the eve of elections, Mr. Speaker. And sometimes we underestimate the people of St. Lucia. We believe we can fool them and tell them what we believe they want to hear. And sometimes they take us for a ride as politicians, you know. They come and they drink our drinks, they eat our food, and then they deliver us in the ballot boxes, as happened in the last general election. Mr. Speaker, and so today I want to take the opportunity to say to the farmers of the constituency of Denrinoff, I want to say to Saucelin, Jean, who's probably somewhere in the US, Herman, Auguste, René, Laurent, and Selma, all of them, Mr. Speaker, that nous pas qu'à mener fig vie cointé. But nous allons travailler pour eux, tout soulagement, qu'on va éclater en affaires, qu'on va continuer à planter figues. And what about Windfresh? What about Windfresh? I was hoping that the member for Choiseul, who has been given responsibility to speak on everything, would have spoken about bananas and Windfresh, but he stayed clear of that, because we know what happened to Windfresh under the watch of the United Workers' Party. It disappeared, it dispowered. Bye-bye. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister also spoke on health care. And today, I have been given the permission by the Honorable Prime Minister and member for Castries East to say to you, Mr. Speaker, to tell this honorable House and to communicate to the people of Denry North that the Larissus Health Center will be reinstated. Fire destroyed the Larissus Health Center. When the UWP came into government in 2016, in the budget, there was money for the reinstatement of the Larissus Health Center. They took the money out, Mr. Speaker. Yo tiye ça pour piger moins. Et si yo pas fait health center, moun kay di chon pas faire rien, et kay vote ba yo, c'est ça yo kwe. But today, I am saying to my people that your health center will be reinstated. And at a subsequent meeting of this House, Mr. Speaker, we will get more details. And I'm sure my colleague from Viewfort North, Minister responsible for health, will have more to say. I came into this House on several occasions. I came in the budget. I came even when we were debating motions that had nothing to do with healthcare. I found a creative way to give expression to the situation at Larissus. I begged. And I begged. And I begged. I pleaded, Mr. Speaker. But I have to watch in a country. I didn't cry. I had to watch, Mr. Speaker, in a country where they will not reinstate a health center for the children and grandchildren of people who served this country during the heyday of the banana industry, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that public servants were being paid, and that was the main revenue source for this country. You would not fix a health center for the children. But right here in this country under your watch, $112 million being spent to pamper and pudwe horses under your watch. But the Larissus Health Center will be reinstated. Mr. Speaker, Premier Ministre la jaba mwen permission pour dire that nous kay congé Health Center Larissus qui était tapé détruit par des faits les années qui passent. Mais les gouvernements flambeau venir qui ont tué, ils joignent un budget là qui était pas parlé par membre parlement pour Vieux South et qui était Premier Ministre tant ça va, Mr. Speaker, il te mettait l'argent en budget là pour nous arranger Health Center Larissus là. Et le gouvernement qui a tapé conduit par même parlement qui sorti mes coups de South pour piger moins et pour bailler parti un avantage en élection, il décide de pas jamais toucher Health Center. Except pour Hélène Douce qui a couvert ça, Mr. Speaker. Just pour piger moins. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister spoke about, and his sentiments were echoed by the member for Castries Southeast, the Poverty Assistance Program. Mr. Speaker, gouvernement et Premier ministre a parlé about l'argent des pauvres. Et tous les mois, là, il y a un pile de monde dans cette liste qui dépend en l'argent des pauvres. Là, pour des gens, ça pas un chai. Mais pour ces gens qui dépend de ça tous les mois, ça c'est un chai. Il y a un chai. Et dès Mr. Speaker, c'est gens qui pour espérer les mois à bout, 1 semaine, 2 semaines, 3 semaines, il y a 2 mois pour ça rendre là ça. Premier ministre a dit nous et qui a baillé information pour une cause that pièce les servantes civiles qui a payé les mois à bout. Gens qui ont les pauvres, supposé rendre là yo même ça. Because même quand civil servant ni pour payer bill et puis yo ni bagay pour faire, c'est moun qui ont les pauvres là, ni même ces bagay ça pour faire tout et qui pas faire Mr. Speaker pour nous nier qu'a fait bagay comme ça, espérer les bagay comme ça. Mr. Speaker, I have been given responsibility to lead the education ministry. It's a task and a responsibility that I take very, very seriously. It is something I'm very passionate about, Mr. Speaker, and so is this government. Mr. Speaker, on page 7 of the budget address, the Prime Minister said, and I quote, "Every St. Lucian must have access to quality education and lifelong learning." He went on to say on page 40 of the budget address, "The St. Lucia Labour Party believes that education is a right, not a privilege, and a means to unlocking the full human potential of every citizen for the good of the citizen and the community." We are putting a premium on education. And that is the legacy of the St. Lucia Labour Party, going as far back, Mr. Speaker, as when the party was first created. Under the the watch and leadership of the member for Beaufort South, we saw a major transformation of the education sector in this country. It was the St. Lucia Labour Party, Mr. Speaker, that built new secondary schools and modernized the education system. It was the St. Lucia Labour Party that said, Mr. Speaker, that it was not acceptable in any modern era for children to be deprived of secondary education. And at a time when the rest of the world was postulating or advancing a case and an argument for universal university education, we were engaged in silly debates in this country as to whether there were benefits to be derived from universal secondary education. And today, Mr. Speaker, you are seeing the benefits all around us. And we will spare no effort to ensure that we meet St. Lucians, not only in the formal school system, but beyond the classroom, Mr. Speaker, to meet people at their level and to take them as far as their abilities would allow them to go. Because everybody has a role. Everybody has a function and a purpose in society, irrespective of what your station is in life. Mr. Speaker, we believe in education for all. We believe in education from the womb all the way to the grave. Mr. Speaker, we believe in lifelong learning. And I'm not talking about an education that is necessarily examination-based. But you have to equip people with skills. You have to make information available to people so that they can use to improve their own lot in life, Mr. Speaker. And we have seen, with the advent of COVID, a few challenges that we've had to grapple with in the education sector. Mr. Speaker, learning loss is being quantified by international agencies, and they're beginning to put a dollar value or a figure on learning loss. And we are being told by the United Nations, through UNESCO and other agencies, that hundreds of billions of dollars, Mr. Speaker, have been lost by way of learning loss, meaning children not being able to be taught or being able to be instructed during the COVID period. And what have we seen in St. Lucia as a result of COVID impacting the education system? Not only, Mr. Speaker, have children been deprived of instruction time and school time, we have seen children staying home because we've had to close the schools. And when they stay home, Mr. Speaker, the children find themselves in all kinds of unsavory activities, some to no fault of theirs. Because the parents have to go to work. Sometimes they leave as early as 4 in the morning to do a hotel job, or have to go to the farms to harvest in time to be by the market. And the children are left home unsupervised. And in the absence of their children, of their parents, Mr. Speaker, there are people who prey on their innocence and their ignorance. And these are some of the things we've had to put up with. So it is for reasons like this and others that I have been advocating that any little window we had to get the children in school for face-to-face instruction, we had to try and maximize it, Mr. Speaker. There was no point to be proven. There was no other objective to be met, but just to ensure that our children would spend as much time as possible in a safe space. And so, Mr. Speaker, as we moved, trying to manage during the COVID period, Mr. Speaker, we made successes. The situation could have been better, but there were small victories that we registered. But we didn't do it alone. And so today I must, in this honorable house, express my unreserved thanks and gratitude to the St. Lucia Teachers Union for having worked with the Ministry of Education. Mr. Speaker, we do not always agree. We do not always agree on every proposal that is on the table. But the one thing I can tell you is that the teachers of this country are committed to the development and education of the children entrusted in their care. And they make tremendous sacrifices with limited resources, going beyond the call of duty just to ensure that our children get the best possible education in the circumstances. And Mr. Speaker, I must also commend the National Principals Association, or the NPA, for working with the Ministry of Education. And like the SLTU, Mr. Speaker, we may not always agree on everything that is on the table for discussion, but they too have demonstrated time and again, Mr. Speaker, that their commitment is to the children of this country. Mr. Speaker, I have always said to educators whenever I get the opportunity to speak to them that ours is a very critical job in the development of this country. We have a tremendous responsibility, Mr. Speaker. At the Ministry of Infrastructure or in the construction sector, if a road is being paved, then a concrete truck, Mr. Speaker, is loaded. And upon arrival on site, the engineers and technical people decide that the strength of the concrete is inadequate. They would find a suitable site somewhere in the bushes and they would dump that, and then they go back to base to get another mix. We do not have that luxury in the education sector. The children are our raw material, and we cannot afford to make mistakes. And I say to them all the time, Mr. Speaker, that the quality of society St. Lucia will have 10, 15, 20 years down the road would be a reflection of the effort that we put in today, whether the environment is COVID-induced or otherwise. And so, Mr. Speaker, in recent days, I've been bombarded with emails, text messages, and phone calls. Some from people who occupy this chamber with me, asking about furniture, trying to get answers for an inadequate amount of furniture in some of our schools. Mr. Speaker, when you and I, not that I'm suggesting I'm in your age bracket, but when we went to school, Mr. Speaker, we had to share a bench. We had to share a desk. But in the wake of the pandemic, Mr. Speaker, we are being advised and we are being told that every child must have his or her own furniture. And so we have to respond and respond quickly. And as a result of that, Mr. Speaker, there are a few schools that have been affected where the children have not been able to return en masse. But we are managing the situation. We have begun to engage some suppliers of furniture with a view to bring in that particular situation or remedying that particular situation, Mr. Speaker, at the soonest. Mr. Speaker, success in the education sector is contingent on the partnerships you are able to forge with your stakeholders. We cannot transform the education system alone. We cannot do it all by ourselves. And so, Mr. Speaker, we must, at every step of the way, ensure that we are moving in unison as stakeholders. We have to ensure that we are on the same page with the St. Lucia Teachers Union. We have to ensure that the NPA, the National Principals Association, is on the same page with us. We have to ensure that there is buy-in from the Student Council. We have to ensure that the parents, Mr. Speaker, they understand what we're doing. And even when they do not agree, they have to trust us as the professionals and say to themselves that they believe whatever we are postulating or putting forward would redound to the betterment of their children and by extension this country. Mr. Speaker, we have been able to forge over time solid working relationships with the corporate community. And that, Mr. Speaker, I'm hoping will continue throughout this financial year. We have to make education accessible. Mr. Speaker, education is expensive. And expensive can be relative. Whereas some people are able to send their children to university without taking a loan, there are people who cannot provide the materials for their children to be in kindergarten. That is the reality on the ground in the various pocket communities of this country. Education is expensive. And we, Mr. Speaker, as a government, will work with the parents of this country. The Prime Minister gave a commitment when he took to the hustings on the campaign trail. He said to the people of St. Lucia that his government, or his party upon assuming government, will pay facilities fees for the children of this country. And today, Mr. Speaker, I stand here and I can report that this St. Lucia Labour Party administration did expend roughly $2.5 million to meet the facilities fees in all the schools of that country. Mr. Speaker, we promised that we would have paid mathematics and English A CSEC fees for fifth formers in the school system. Another promise delivered. And Mr. Speaker, it is our hope to relieve parents of the burden of examination fees altogether by the time this government gets ready to face the electorate again. There are those who believe that it is a waste of money. And people who come and tell me paying facilities fees for children in the public school system is a waste of money, Mr. Speaker. What it tells me is that some of them have not lived. They don't understand the realities of people, especially in the more indigent pockets of this country, Mr. Speaker. And when you can take $2.5 million and pay facilities fees from the public purse, this is $2.5 million you are keeping in the pockets of people. So when the bread van comes up the road, Mr. Speaker, you can go and you can buy bread to ensure that your child has breakfast in the morning. It does not, Mr. Speaker, have to translate into big policy pronouncements. Mr. Speaker, our government believes, and we've been advancing as a Labour Party for years, if not decades, that we are desirous of a St. Lucia where you will have one university graduate per household. Mr. Speaker, education provides equal opportunity. What you cannot use to bargain in society by way of material things, your intellect and your capacity, Mr. Speaker, is used to equalize and to level the playing field. And it is with that kind of mindset we are going to push as much as possible to ensure that there is one university graduate per household in this country. Historically, Mr. Speaker, university was being accessed by the children of the rich. And if your parents had land and property that they could have mortgaged, then you can go to the bank, take a loan, go to university, come back, and learn the most prestigious jobs in the country. And that did not necessarily mean that you were the brightest or the smartest. You had the means. But when we are pushing a philosophy where there must be one university graduate per household, because, Mr. Speaker, we know that in the rural pockets, we know that they are children of poor people who have capacity, who have the intellectual capabilities, but they do not have the means. And I can give you the most solemn of assurances, Mr. Speaker, and by extension the people of St. Lucia, that this Minister of Education will ensure that when scholarships are dished out, we will do it embracing a philosophy of meritocracy. But those children, Mr. Speaker, who do not have the means, whose parents don't have a voice, I will stand up for them. This Labour Party will stand up for them. And those of us on this side, Mr. Speaker, will stand up for them. And so I must thank the government and people of Taiwan, Cuba, Hungary, the British government, Morocco, and so many others who continue to make scholarships available to the children of St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, we are planning to embark on a series of trips to the United States, the United Kingdom, and elsewhere in search of opportunities for St. Lucians who want to pursue higher education. We have started discussions with the various consulates and embassies, Mr. Speaker. We have charged them with the responsibility, in part, to begin the discussion with universities and colleges that are willing to work with us. We are not leaving that up to the young St. Lucian, Mr. Speaker, to send correspondents all over the world to see what they can get. We are trying to simplify the process as far as access in higher education is concerned. Through the South Louis Community College Gateways program, Mr. Speaker, we have been able to secure scores of places at French institutions for young St. Lucians who otherwise would not have been able to access higher education. And I must at this juncture take the opportunity to thank the college administration, the board, the principal and staff for the tremendous work that they are doing in accentuating and putting a value on higher education for young St. Lucians. But, Mr. Speaker, it is not enough to just be rolling out programs at the college. You have an accreditation issue that you must deal with. We have to ensure that whatever we teach at the South Louis Community College,
Then North, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, is accepted by the wider community. Mr. Speaker, we don't want a situation where we begin to see again what obtained in times past. You leave St. Lucia, and you go to the US or the UK, and you present your certificate as a graduate of the South Louis Community College, and they tell you this is not acceptable here, you have to start all over again. The South Louis Community College, Mr. Speaker, has made tremendous strides in recent times, and they continue to make strides. And this government will give the college administration and leadership all the support that it needs to continue, Mr. Speaker, to assist our young people in fulfillment of their dreams and the careers that they want to pursue. COVID has impacted the college in a very adverse way, Mr. Speaker. And we are seeing, because of online learning, that a number of young St. Lucians have not been able to cope, Mr. Speaker. And that has proven to be worrisome. Quite a few have dropped out, and we are devising a program or system to work with the various parliamentary representatives and community-based organizations to identify those who would have dropped out, Mr. Speaker, to rope them in and ensure that they continue along that educational journey. Mr. Speaker, ICT in education is a big thing for us. We are continuing in much the same way we started the 1 laptop per child program. When the program started, Mr. Speaker, the initial disbursement or distribution started with third formers, Mr. Speaker. And there was a reason for that, given the quantum that we had at our disposal at the time. But the intention of the St. Lucia Labour Party government was always to ensure that every child in the secondary school when it started would have a laptop computer. They came in, and the good thing about politics in our times, Mr. Speaker, is that you can stand on your feet and deny certain things, but it's on YouTube, it's on Facebook, and to the best of my recollection, it was at a boulevard meeting where the former education minister said to St. Lucians, and not just the audience she had before, as to whether she had gotten carried away and that the statement was unfortunate. That's for a different show. But we cannot deny that she said to the people of St. Lucia that making smart devices available to the children was a waste of time. That is what she said. But when, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
That's true.
when we came with the laptop program, we always said that it was not enough to give children devices. Right. That is why, you can't put on a mic today, can't put on a point of order. That is why we embarked on an island-wide Wi-Fi program.
That's right.
So that the GINet, under a member for Viewfort South, working at the time with the Sustainable Development Minister, James Fletcher, Mr. Speaker, they embarked on an island-wide Wi-Fi program so that the children who didn't have internet at their homes would have been able to connect, to do research, and to use their computers effectively. They stopped it, and then they asked us, But Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to report that the 1 laptop per child program has been reinstated. And this year, Mr. Speaker, we will be distributing in excess of 10,000 devices in the school system. Tablets and laptops. Mr. Speaker, we're getting 2,800 tablets with the help of the OECS. We are getting 2,100 tablets from the Public Sector Modernization Project. We are getting 2,100 Chromebooks, laptops from the Public Sector Modernization Project. And Mr. Speaker, the government of St. Lucia will be purchasing from a supplier. Well, we have already purchased, and we're just awaiting the arrival of 3,800 laptops to be distributed in this country. Mr. Speaker, children from each of the 17 constituencies will be receiving. Children whose parents support the United Workers' Party will be receiving. Children whose parents support the St. Lucia Labour Party will be receiving. Children whose parents have no affiliation to the politics will be receiving. We are not discriminating. We're doing it for the children of St. Lucia. So when I hear the member for Choiseul trying to derail the project, Mr. Speaker, and I feel sorry sometimes for the member for Choiseul, because you get the impression that, Mr. Speaker, He's not even doing that on his own volition. He's part of a group, and somebody has given him something and asked him to go and say that. And they're sitting at their home, Mr. Speaker. Some of them will never be here again. And he comes and he says it, not realizing that he's even causing people with no ill will to question his motive. How can you come here and stand up and try and speak against the laptop program? How can you come here and try and defend? I know you take the bait.
Member for Suzel.
Mr. Speaker, the member is misleading. I have never spoken against the laptop program. I did not speak against the laptop program, Mr. Speaker. Okay, so the member needs to withdraw that. He's misleading the House.
Member for Denry North, my own recollection was that the Labour Party was claiming 12,000 when in fact 8 came from you. Is that what you said, member? That's what I recall you saying. So,
Mr. Speaker, I'm moving on. Thank you.
Well, he has asked that you withdraw the statement.
Mr. Speaker, I will withdraw anything he wants me to withdraw.
Proceed.
I have sympathy for him today. I understand his pain, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we will be distributing in excess of 10,000 devices in the school system this year. And again, to address the connectivity problem, Mr. Speaker, this government, through the senior minister and minister for infrastructure, has not just initiated, but is at a very advanced stage of negotiations with 2 of the service providers in this country to provide bundle packages. To the best of my recollection, 5,000 of them, Mr. Speaker. 5,000 of them, Mr. Speaker, to families that otherwise cannot afford internet connectivity. So not only are we giving 10,000 devices this year, but we are giving the packages so that there can be connectivity at a very, very low cost of, I think, $20 or $25 monthly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are 2 huge projects in the Ministry of Education from which almost everything emanates. You have the Education Quality Improvement Project, otherwise known as EQUIP, and we have the Human Capital Resilience Project. Mr. Speaker, a lot of what is ongoing and what is new in the ministry, as I said, emanate from those 2 projects. The EQUIP is a CDB-funded project to the tune of $56 million, and it spans a 5-year period. The Human Capital Resilience Project is World Bank funded to the tune of $22 million US. And from that, Mr. Speaker, we are hoping to roll out a very robust, a very comprehensive technical and vocational education training component, or what we call a TVET program, Mr. Speaker. One of our key mandates at the Ministry of Education, and one of the key mandates of this government, Mr. Speaker, is to enhance the TVET landscape in this country. We are determined to reshape TVET in schools. Mr. Speaker, we are putting a premium on skills development in this country through our education system. Our education system for too long has been a one-size-fits-all. So you go to school, Mr. Speaker, and they give you a set of academic subjects that they are literally shoving down your throat, even if you do not demonstrate the requisite aptitude, Mr. Speaker, where those subjects are concerned. The world has moved away, Mr. Speaker, from this approach. We need to graduate students who possess more apt employability skills. Mr. Speaker, our children have to consider other pathways. Not every child in St. Lucia who goes to school will become a doctor, an engineer, or a lawyer. We have to give greater impetus to skills education, or what we call TVET, Mr. Speaker. And we're doing this through a two-pronged approach. Through mainstream schooling, Mr. Speaker, and through community programs, after school, NELU, etc., Mr. Speaker. We are in the process of putting together the model TVET school. We have a number of secondary schools in this country, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Denry North, you have 5 minutes left.
We have a number of secondary schools in this country, Mr. Speaker. Yeah. Yes. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to rise in accordance with Standing Order 3210 to provide the honourable member with another 15 minutes.
Honorable members, the question is that we invoke Standing Order 3210 to suspend Standing Order 32.8 to allow the member for Dennery North an additional 15 minutes in which to conclude his presentation. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted. Proceed, member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was making the point that we are conceptualizing what we call the model TVET school. In quite a few of our secondary schools, the number has dropped considerably, Mr. Speaker. And some of those schools, they return very average, and in some cases, some very poor CSEC pass rates. And this is not because the teachers are not capable or competent. This is not because the students are lazy. This is not because the students can't learn. The reason being, Mr. Speaker, some of the programs that we make available to the children are not in keeping with their interests, and so we see very dismal returns. And so we have identified 4 schools that we are hoping to transform into what we call the model TVET school. We are considering, Mr. Speaker, the PI Secondary School, the Angers Secondary School, the Grand River Secondary School, and the John Odlum Secondary School. Mr. Speaker, we are hoping to transform or convert classrooms into workshops, labs, studios, etc. We are considering a new curriculum that will address, Mr. Speaker, some of the skills that we need in our society today. Part of our mandate in education is to prepare citizens to work not just in St. Lucia, but even beyond the shores of St. Lucia. It was Capleton who said in song, Mr. Speaker, and Sly reminded me of that you have to dance a yard before you dance abroad. And so the skills that we need in this country, we will try, Mr. Speaker, to address even before we can prepare students for work beyond the shores of this country. And so we consider apiculture, where children or the students who go to those schools, Mr. Speaker, can begin to engage the whole idea of honey production. It is inexpensive. The resources are at our disposal. We just have to provide the technical guidance, and then we can encourage our children to move in that direction. Auto AC repairs, auto electrical arm repairs. Mr. Speaker, I don't know how many of you, colleagues and Mr. Speaker, have been paying attention to the volume of traffic and the number of vehicles on our roads. We continue to import them by the hundreds. But if you continue to import them by the hundreds and we continue to use them, there will be a need someday soon where we'll have to repair, we'll have to service, and we want to ensure as much as possible that we have the personnel to do it. Mr. Speaker, we want to look at maritime in keeping with the blue economy and this vast and massive resource we have at our disposal called the ocean, Mr. Speaker. Boats continue to go up and down our waters. Mr. Speaker, we need people who can provide support to this particular subsector of the tourism industry or even fishing industry for that matter. We want to look at subjects like cosmetology, horticulture, hydroponics, massage therapy, music mixing, sound engineering, recycling and waste management, CMOS cultivation, tour guiding, spa and wellness management, plumbing, carpentry. We are not about any subject, Mr. Speaker, that is so fancy in name that when you present the curriculum, the children are not able to cope. We are talking about imparting skills that will make them employable as soon as they leave the walls of those schools that they will be enrolling. The concept is being refined, Mr. Speaker, but not only must we look at this new range of subjects, but we have to ensure that whatever certification we provide is in keeping with international and regional benchmarks. And it is against that backdrop, and looking at education in a much broader scheme, that this cabinet approved the National Qualification Framework, Mr. Speaker. So that it doesn't matter at what level you pursue a program in St. Lucia. You should be able to get qualification or a certificate that can place you somewhere regionally or internationally. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm very excited about the TVET program we are about to roll out. We believe in education for global citizenship, as I said. We may not have the absorptive capacity in this country to employ everybody who has gone out to get trained, Mr. Speaker. But as I said, we are assisting our young people to gain employment elsewhere. And one of the main components of the Human Capital Resilience Project, Mr. Speaker, funded to the tune of $20 million US, is strengthening technical and vocational education and training. So the resources we have at our disposal, from the $20 million US for the Human Capital Resilience Project, Mr. Speaker, that is supposed to help us considerably as far as meeting the objectives of our TVET programming is concerned. This is nicely complemented through the 11th EDF, where we have at our disposal again approximately 6 million euros from which we can tap, Mr. Speaker, to roll out the TVET program. So a new TVET council has been installed. We are trying to work closely with the TVET Secretariat, but Mr. Speaker, a vacancy exists as we speak for an education officer TVET. That vacancy could have been filled weeks, if not months ago. But we have been very meticulous in the recruitment process. Given the resources at our disposal, given the seriousness of our TVET mandate in the Ministry of Education, we have to ensure that whoever we decide on to be education officer responsible for TVET, not only must that person understand the vision that we have, but they must bring a demeanor to the office, Mr. Speaker, that will ensure that the objectives are met and that all of St. Lucia, if not the education sector, buys into our TVET programming. Mr. Speaker, we launched on the 7th of April the Caribbean Primary Exit Assessment, the CPEA. The CPEA, as launched on the 7th of April, replaces the 43-year-old common entrance. Mr. Speaker, that conversation about CPEA started as far back as 2012, where that one-shot, do-or-die common entrance exam, Mr. Speaker, was being spoken about. Today, I am happy to report that as a result of us as a country launching the CPE on the 7th of April, that one-shot, do-or-die common entrance exam, as we knew it, is no more, Mr. Speaker. It has been replaced by a more progressive form of assessment for our grade 6 students, where, Mr. Speaker, a component of the work is being done in school. It encourages more participation of children in the learning process. It makes allowances for parents to have a greater appreciation for what is being taught to their children, Mr. Speaker. And at the end of the school-based or school component of it, Mr. Speaker, a child can score 40% of the total mark of the national exam that will determine placement. Mr. Speaker, I believe this was a bold move, and it was also a very progressive move. Mr. Speaker, in early childhood education, we continue to make strides, and we underscore the importance of early childhood education, Mr. Speaker, when we say that the development of toddlers and young children is something we must take seriously. And not only must we take it seriously, but we have to ensure we have the right professionals interfacing with our children at an early age. Because, Mr. Speaker, if the orientation is not right at that level, we can, Mr. Speaker, compromise the children for the rest of their lives. And so, in as much as we understand there is a need for daycare services and early childhood education, Mr. Speaker, we will ensure that not only in the centers being run by government, but those private service providers, Mr. Speaker, we bring them up to a level where we standardize early childhood education so that whether a child attends a private institution or a government-run institution, the standards will be pretty much the same. And we are prepared to commit resources by way of whatever they may need, Mr. Speaker, including technical support, to get the private operators of those centers to a level that is acceptable if they're not yet at such a level. Mr. Speaker, we have to allow our children to grow as children. We have to stop subjecting our children to what we believe is an education at an early age that does more damage to them than good, Mr. Speaker. Children are supposed to enjoy daycare services and preschool life. The child in kindergarten is supposed to want to wake up on a morning and run in the direction of the school because he or she likes what is happening there. Too many a times we subject our children to very stringent rules and regulation. Too many a times, Mr. Speaker, those children are being subjected to exams that give the impression that their survival depends on those exams. We are guarding against that, and we will ensure that we make pre-K and early childhood education an enjoyable experience for the child. Mr. Speaker, the school population at the secondary school has dwindled considerably, and we're seeing the same naturally in the primary schools. And there are quite a few primary schools in this country where 10, 20 years ago, you would have had an enrollment of 500 children. Today, Mr. Speaker, they can barely meet the 200 or 150 mark. And that leaves us with a lot of space. And we are looking to introduce pre-kindergarten, or what we call pre-K, into some of the primary schools in communities where there is great demand for early childhood education. Mr. Speaker, special education. We have to make allowances to include our differently abled children into the scheme of national development. And today I must place on the record my gratitude to the special education unit, Mr. Speaker, for the work that they continue to do. They work tirelessly under the directorship or management of Mr. Saint-Just and his staff. I will be saying more, Mr. Speaker, on special education, which is being supported through the EQUIP project in a subsequent sitting of the House, where I present to address that particular aspect of my ministry's work in a statement by minister's presentation. Mr. Speaker, I have responsibility for sustainable development as part of my ministry, and I will move straight into solid waste management. Mr. Speaker, the Solid Waste Management Authority continues to work under tremendous pressure. The circumstances are trying, but I know that the staff, they are doing their best. And so I want to thank the management of the Lucia Solid Waste Management Authority, board members, workers, contractors, and encourage them to continue providing that critical service to the country that they love. Mr. Speaker, in 2018, a team member from Pumandu convinced the then Prime Minister and member from Ikud South that he should invest monies, $11 million, in buying incinerators to burn garbage or refuse in this country instead of the traditional disposal methods we have known as a country. Mr. Speaker, 20 units were purchased at a little over $11 million, and that has proven to be a disaster, Mr. Speaker, to the extent that we had to shut down those units, and they're just sitting there. The Solid Waste Management Authority, through its attorneys, have tried to engage the suppliers, rather, Mr. Speaker, to see if they can take back the units and give us a refund. That is in the hands of the lawyers, and we're exploring possibilities whereby we can get our monies back and to return the units. Mr. Speaker, by shutting down the 2 units, or the 4 units that were in operation, we are making a cost savings of $9,000 every month. As a result of the DSH project, Mr. Speaker, we have to be trucking garbage from the south of the country to the igloo every single day. And it is costing the government and people of St. Lucia, the taxpayers of this country, and I was hoping the member for Choiseul would have mentioned that, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Choiseul, Saltibus.
Mr. Speaker, the member continues to mislead the House, Mr. Speaker.
What's the misleading statement?
The member is saying that as a result of DSH, Mr. Speaker, the dumps, the rubbish site was full. Mr. Speaker, that was already something that was entrenched to happen. The dump site had outlived its useful life already. That was a recommendation out there. And it was, there was already a search for an alternate site. So don't say that as a result of DSH. Don't say that as a result of DSH, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not withdrawing that.
Proceed, member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As a result of DSH, Mr. Speaker, they closed the garbage dump, right? And today, it is costing the people of St. Lucia, including taxpayers from Choiseul that he represents, approximately $75,000 a month to transport garbage from the south to the Glo. It's not DSH. You in government, you couldn't say anything. You started here. You were always hesitating to turn on your mic, but you found your voice. Yes. I don't know in cabinet. I didn't sign the buyback clause. I wasn't there. Mr. Speaker.
But you have 4 minutes left.
Climate change, Mr. Speaker, the biggest issue confronting us as a small island developing state. The IPCC report, IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Every year they put out a report and they tell us the extent to which climate change is going to impact us as a people, as a nation, Mr. Speaker. The continued rise in the global temperature, Mr. Speaker, has serious consequences for small island developing states like St. Lucia. The melting of the ice cap continue to result in sea level rises, Mr. Speaker, and it is making coastal communities very vulnerable. We are seeing as a result of climate change and increased temperatures, Mr. Speaker, more ferocious hurricanes and weather systems forming and unleashing on regions of the world like ours. The National Hurricane Center in Florida, they are predicting some very, very strong hurricanes may come our way, and they are saying, Mr. Speaker, it is all linked to climate change and the extent to which mankind as a whole have inflicted damage on the natural environment that we need for our own survival and sustenance. Mr. Speaker, I notice my time is up, but I must say that notwithstanding the international or the more developed countries have all accepted responsibility for the amount of greenhouse gases they emit into the atmosphere that contribute to the global temperature rise and the consequences for small island states like ours, Mr. Speaker, they come out every year and they pledge hundreds of millions of dollars that are supposed to be accessed by developing countries or SIDS to roll out adaptation programs as a result of climate change. But, Mr. Speaker, the amount of bureaucracy that you have as a small island state to put up with to access funding to help you mitigate against the effects and impacts of climate change, Mr. Speaker, is not only frustrating, but sometimes you are inclined to believe that there is a deliberate ploy, Mr. Speaker, to affect small islands and our ambitions, as it were. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the people of Dennery North, my support team, my mother, my family, my neighbors. I want to thank the Prime Minister and my colleagues in the Cabinet and in the Parliament. I want to thank the staff of the Ministry of Education, the staff of the Department of Sustainable Development. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the staff of the various statutory entities that are under my watch, the St. Lucia Solid Waste Management Authority, the NSDC, South Louis Community College, and the Peter Management Area. I want to thank the boards, Mr. Speaker, of those statutory agencies for having worked with me throughout the last 9 months. I'm excited about what we can achieve together. And I am sure, Mr. Speaker, as they have thus far, the people of St. Lucia will continue to be vindicated by their decision and choice on the 26th of July when they voted for Philip J. Pierre and the St. Lucia Labour Party. Mr. Speaker, I am committed to serving my constituency. I am committed to serving this country. And Mr. Speaker, I support this bill. I commend the Prime Minister for its presentation and the contents of the bill itself, and so I give my unequivocal support to the Appropriation Bill 2022-2023. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is my contribution to the debate on the appropriation bill.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I mean, it's prime time. I'm wondering whether the member from Microsoft would want to speak now. If not, no, you're not saying this. Either you put on your mic to speak or not. But, Mr. Speaker, if he doesn't speak, can I move the motion for this Honorable House to be suspended until tomorrow at 10 a.m.?
Just for the record, a member speaks by putting his or her light on. I recognize them and they speak. You have now, your light is on, and if you wish to move
Well, I was
this for the suspension
the
of...
Honorable Member as it's prime time for him to speak now.
Never speak.
Well, it was when most
That's not a debate you're going to have here.
Yeah, no.
So is the motion that...
to speak now, else we'll... Mr. Speaker,
member, you do not... Member from Microsoft, you do not refer to members by name in the chamber.
10 o'clock. 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, Mr. Speaker.
Members, the question is that the House do stand adjourned until 10 o'clock in the forenoon tomorrow, Friday. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. Ayes have it. Sitting adjourned to 10 a.m. tomorrow.
You have been viewing and listening to the debate of the 2022-23 Appropriation Bill presented by the Minister of Finance and Prime Minister Philip J. Pierre, presented to the House of Assembly on Tuesday, April 26. It was one of the most anticipated budget deliveries in recent history, given an ongoing pandemic and the war in Ukraine. We heard from the member for Cassery Southeast, who opened this morning, Joachim Henry, the member for Gros-Islet, Kenson Casimé, the member for Soufrière Fort Saint-Jacques Bouton, the Honorable Emma Hippolyte. In the afternoon, we heard from the member for Micoud North, Jeremiah Norbert, Denry South, the Honorable Stabash Prosper, Babono, Dr. Virginia Poyot, Swazel Saltibus, the Honorable Bradley Felix, and Denry North, the Honorable Sean Edward. We will be back here tomorrow morning at approximately 10 a.m. and we invite you to join us then. From the St. Lucia House of Assembly, this is wishing you a pleasant night's rest and a good day tomorrow. Good night, everyone.